Hey guys, it's Keith Keller, Melbourne, Australia. It's Monday here. Buy me a coffee Monday, in fact. And I have got my chai here because I prefer chai. My wife loves coffee, and we have constant debates about that. But Buy Me a Coffee Monday is a fun little project I do where I just do a lot of different things. Today, we got a very, 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 very special show because this is the social audio sound check. But, and you wouldn't know this because it only happened this week, Restream has completely reinvented the thumbnail idea, and we're checking it out today. Here's the official Restream version of this graphic. All you need to do when you come on the show is turn your camera off and add your thumbnail, and you'll get a lot of very cool features. I'm now calling my show a camera off environment. And this is a very good place to start. Who wants to go first? Tell me what you think of this. This is a game-changing idea. I have never seen this before, and I'm very happy to say that we are pioneering this. So what do you think, Chris? You can go first in your Alfred, is it Mallory look?
Yeah, I figured why not show everybody what it looks like in Jersey right now. It's a little gorgeous, but it is freezing cold. So I'll obviously adapt this as time goes on. But I mean, I absolutely love the way this looks. I love the way it kind of pulls in the colors of the ocean and the sand. And I think I could see even a little bit of the brim of my hat in the top left. So this is, it's just unbelievable. It's more aesthetically pleasing for the audience to look at. You know, they want to see who they're talking to. They want to get the personalities of who we are. And this is just another way to bring out another layer of each and every one of us, just to show the world who we are so they can connect with us in a just more genuine, authentic way.
Yeah. And what do you think, Mike? You've got the sort of time tunnel James Bond look there. Tell me what you're doing with that, and what do you think of this idea that we're going to have a bit of a play with the colours in the thumbnail to make each show very, very, very unique?
Yeah, this is my portal into Omni Logos. So this is the other side of me that I don't show, and I like the idea of. I love it a lot, actually. And do you know if there's a limit on the number of avatars you can have?
Well, you can only have. Yes, I do know. So you can have one at a time, and you can have 4 in total in the bank.
Okay.
That you can switch between. So as a bit of fun, I'll see if I can do this myself. I went and I actually added a couple. Yeah, so here's me in my Foo Fighter stage. When I was, a younger person. I just went to Green Day. We'll talk about this in a minute. But can you see there that it's picked up quite a lot of the black? I'm not sure I like this look, but it is a real picture of the real me, and that is who I am. So that's you can have 4 of those in the bank, and Ollie has decided to go with a panda look. So tell us how you're doing that, mate.
Yeah, in fact, it's a new tool that I discovered, and also I'm really stoked because I am exploring this tool, which is Artifact Bot, and I can also do so. This is my panda avatar for Pay Me a Coffee, but then I realized also I can select my picture and say, look, this is my Oli da Vinci, like the artist within me, like this taken from my avatar that is usually on LinkedIn. But I decided to make it for this special occasion for you, dear Keith, and happy to also share some tools that I discovered through the community, because it's about sharing is caring. So I'm really stoked about the fact that you can have the background, as you say, there are here I edit avatar, I change, and you see the background change automatically. The background is adapting to the avatar. So
Yeah, so
I think
let's play around with it. How
Restream thumbnail it.
How are you able to change so quickly there, Ollie? You change very quickly between the 2 avatars. Can you indeed flick between them?
Of course, there is a three little dot, then edit avatar, and then as there is the edit avatar box, and I can choose anyone. Like this is avatar less, this is avatar only, this is avatar panda, and I can add even more. So it's really amazing how you can dive into things, into the avatar. I think this one also. I was no, this is the same in fact, but it's really amazing because you can add as much as an avatar as you would like.
It's only brand new, so it's very, very cool. I'll bring you in a minute, William. You have a couple of avatars up your sleeve to sort of talk about that. I think you've got the news on. There might be some noise in the background there, I think, William. Hey, how you doing there, Mike? You've got another different type of avatar. What do you think of this one?
This is called Cyber Poet, so that expresses the poet side of me, and I'm flipping through a book of poetry with energy emitting from it.
Yeah, I totally agree there. And William, jump in. You've got a black and white photo. Can you see how it's picked up the color or the lack of color in your?
I do.
So this is a brand new feature only invented this week. And what it means now is that Restream is now going to go to market as a very unique variation on no other site does this from my understanding. So what do you think?
I think that's a great picture of me. I love the way it works. It looks
Yeah.
great.
And feel free to have a bit of a go at the various you can I think you can have up to 4 thumbnails and you can flick between them. This is the official Restream version of this graphic, and you can see that what it does is it picks up a color from your picture and then creates a background as a result of that. And that's very, very cool. This is how it's done it for me. There's a lot of skin-colored tones in my picture because it's just a picture of my face. So the actual background is very much based on that. So that's really what we're going to talk about today. It's the sound check. So we are going to check our tech, and I'd love to hear what sites what using. I'm using a Samsung 2QU. I'll work you through that in a minute. If anyone in the audience does indeed have some questions, please ask those in the chat. And I have at my disposal a very, very lovely piece of tech that allows me to add the comments here via Restream, which I do love. And that's my default site now. We have found a way to add comments to Discord. If you're using Discord, please join me there, virtuallyunlimitedaudio.com. And you can actually do that. I've got another ticker that explains that a bit better. Virtuallyunlimitedaudio.com is our Discord community. We have about 260 members there. And I'm going to continuously talk about a plan B because we just don't know what sites have in mind and when they could cancel our membership based on really quite silly things, which has happened to me. I've been banned for really quite innocuous reasons on various sites. I'm very proud to say that I've got 3 shows planned every week until the end of April, notwithstanding public holidays, which includes Easter, of course, and next week is Labor Day in Australia. So that's very, very cool. You can pair the show with your sites if you wish, LinkedIn, YouTube, Facebook. And I will indeed be talking about the idea of whether or not Facebook is a thing. I know people say it's a thing, but I've tried using LinkedIn, and YouTube. I've tried using YouTube, and I just cannot get traction there. It's very, very difficult. It's been going 20 years. So I want to talk a bit about whether or not we should be editing our shows down to smaller. Someone's got a bit of a noisy mic going on there with typing and the telly on in the background. And as I said, this is Buy Me a Coffee Monday. So please, if you wish, please donate to my very worthy cause, because what I actually want to buy is a Rodecaster Pro 2. Actually, it's a Rodecaster Duo. I actually don't need one of these. Of course, tech is sort of a luxury, but I want one, and I'm doing the show, and I'm giving value. So if you can swing it, send me a coffee. That's all part of the fun. So what I'm really, really interested in now is you've just mentioned pairing. Michael, do you want to tell me what that means and how that sort of adds to the multiplicity of the process?
Yes, it means that I can be in many places at once. In your case, I'm restreaming to, so this show is being restreamed to my LinkedIn.
Yeah. Now, why that is, this is a concept that actually is not unique to Restream, but we now have an idea called multi-streaming. And please, thank you so much, Mike. I do have a sensitive ear. Can't stand it when people have the news on in the background, or people talking, or motorbikes, and noisy environments. It really sort of sets me off. So we now have a facility on Restream to have multi-streaming to up to 30 sites. Each individual guest can share their link to 3 places at one time. Typically Facebook, LinkedIn, and YouTube, but it could be Twitch, it could be Twitter, it could be Instagram, it could be TikTok, and they're increasing that list every day, all the time. They're very, 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 very cool. But Chris, you were saying that you don't think Facebook's a thing anymore. Jump in and tell me what you think about that.
Well, I just think it's going the same direction that Twitter's going at this point, and I think you just see the backlash. And let's not get into why, because it's not really important on a show like this. But it's just Facebook's not what it was. It's not personal. It's just all advertisements. You can't scroll through it without buying 20 things you didn't want on accident. Even if you didn't try to click it. It's just awful. Every direction Meta's taken it's just I can't stand it. So I mean, I'm broadcasting on Instagram, just because people still love it to see their family and whatnot. But I dropped Facebook and picked up Twitch just because I'd rather hang out with a gaming community than a bunch of people who are just gonna argue nonstop over which meme is funnier. It's just not my place anymore.
I'm bringing up a graphic. I want to have a bit of a chat about what live streaming, or what we call multi-streaming, actually is. I'm just looking for that graphic. I probably should have done that before, but I'm going to bring it in now. This is the great thing about Restream. This is the fundamental thing that I love about it most, is that if we come up with a concept throughout the show, I can add that a graphic live. So I want to just take a little bit of time to talk about this idea of multi-streaming. I'm consciously sending the file to LinkedIn myself. I do have a YouTube channel, but I never use it, and most of my followers don't use it. I don't have a very strong community there. To me, it's a complete waste of time. But other people might have a good community there. So you could send your file to YouTube if you wanted to. You can send it to Facebook if you've got a group, and that might still work for you. And there's actually about 30 different variations once you go inside the studio. Let's have that discussion. What do you think about multi-streaming, Mike? William. I'll go to William first, because we haven't had a chat with William for a while. What do you think of the idea of multi-streaming? Is it something you've considered doing? Is it something you're currently doing?
I actually just got off of my podcast, and I streamed it to Facebook, LinkedIn, and YouTube simultaneously. The only thing that I don't know, and this is because this is only my second time doing it, is I don't know how to check to see whether or not it actually went live on the other 2 channels. So I know it went live on LinkedIn, but I'm not sure about YouTube and Facebook yet. And then I just jumped on this.
You've come to the right place, my friend.
Is to look.
Well, I did. I went on my phone and I looked on Facebook, but I didn't see. And maybe I should have looked for like live streams or something like that, but I didn't see anything on my profile that said it was streaming. And then I didn't get a chance to go to YouTube yet.
Yeah. The difficulty with multi-streaming, if if you want to monitor it live, it's actually impossible because the lag is so bad, sometimes 10, 20 seconds. So in a way, you have to trust that and check it later. We also could get someone else in your community to go to your profiles and say, hey, it's working. That's fine. Not much you can do if it isn't, because you're already started. You can't start again. But what I am interested in with the concept of multi-streaming is that I can stream on this version of Restream. I can send this to 3 places. I could. Again, someone's typing in the background. Can you please mute yourself? If you're multi-streaming, you can send the file to 3 places yourself. But most importantly, this is the thing that I think only Restream does. Maybe a few others, and please correct me if I'm wrong. We can pair this show to where the other people are. So if Ollie, for instance, has a very big following on Facebook, he can send this file to his Facebook page, not my Facebook page, his Facebook page. Now, his Facebook followers don't know me. And so that is an enormous opportunity for me to go to a new audience. And arguably, Ollie's audience, my LinkedIn audience might not know Ollie. And William might have a YouTube channel that's thumping it, but they may not know me. And I could have a Facebook group that doesn't know William, right? So if we all work together, we can actually send this file to 30 places, William. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Let's start doing that.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah. So I've actually activated what's called pairing because I've got the pro account now. And when you set up this file, you should have been able to pair at your source. If not, drop out and try again, and we'll just see how far we can take it. What does pairing mean exactly? Yeah, pairing means that you, as the guest, can send this file to your people when you join.
Okay. All right.
So what we've done, and we've done this twice now, because we do the pairing, and I get a message here when I get a message from a paired person. So there's Chris on Facebook. I was talking about Facebook, but there's Chris. There's Michael. These people have come in as paired. They must have come in on another network. You might not see this, but I get a little message that says this message has been paired by someone else. So as we build, and you'll start to notice this if it ever happens. You can see here that Michael is coming in on LinkedIn. Well, if he came in on Facebook or Twitch or YouTube, the actual symbol would change. And let's see, if you are listening on another network, please make a comment because I want to see this in action. For instance, Mike could comment on Discord, which he has here. You can see that the little Discord symbol is there. Keith has a very sensitive ear. Please be gentle. Can you see that? Can you see that, William? Can you see that Cybervision has come in on Discord rather than LinkedIn?
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. So if you run it on several sites and run it on several accounts, you can really, really, really maximize the benefit.
To your point, though, Keith, the part of the challenge is so I'm in Restream. I see there's a lag on LinkedIn. So if you're trying to monitor, it kind of messes with your mind because it's literally like almost a minute.
No, you can't do both. No, I'm not suggesting you do both.
So I actually just turn the sound off. That's right.
If you're a guest, and let's be very, very clear what's happening here. I can only have 10 guests. Right. So if you're a guest, don't try and monitor any other site. Just hang out here. But that's for the 10 people that are on this call. If you're listening in the audience, you might not yet be on stage or even want to come on stage. So you just choose the site of your choice, whether it's LinkedIn or Facebook or YouTube or Twitch or X. Not yet Blue Sky, but that's coming. And so this idea of pairing is really designed for all the people that haven't yet joined the stage or are in the queue because we can only have 10. Right. So if you're already here, don't really don't try to manage the others because you can't. You just can't. It's just too hard. You can comment there, but you can't really watch or listen to both. But what I'm going to do today is I want to talk about sound checking from the point of view of this new format, which I'm calling the camera off environment. I was very clearly going down the social audio path and sort of trying to keep up with what LinkedIn had done with LinkedIn audio events. But I'm going past that now, and I'm going to start calling these shows camera off because I don't want to put my camera on because my internet is so slow that if I push it too hard, it'll just collapse. I'm just honouring the Australian internet, which is currently 88 in the world, behind all African nations, all European nations, and all Asian nations. Like there's very few people in the world that have slower internet than Australia. I want you to send me your stats because I don't think anyone in the world is slower than Australia. No one that I personally know. So I can't do anything about that. So I'm just going to go to market with this camera off story. And that's my story. But what I am going to do is I'm going to constantly be examining the tech behind these shows. This is what I currently use, and I want everyone to have this discussion. What are you using? I use a Samsung 2QU. They're $100. I can use it on my laptop or my PC. Actually, I don't know what happened there. Why isn't that working? Wrong image. But I use my Zoom P4 with my Samsung 2QU. This image is not working for some reason. I'll delete it. So that's what I'm using. Let's run the room and ask what everyone else is using in the context of this. Chris, you've got some new tech and some new tech coming. Tell us how you're doing it.
Yeah, so right now I'm running both a Razer Blade 14-inch 3080 that I'm going to be replacing in June with the new model when that comes out. But I'm also running an iPad M4 Pro. I have the Rode NTSB Plus that I can use on the laptop, but I just ordered so I could be fully mobile. They're called, what are they called? The Rode Wireless Go 2s. So I can have me and a guest that I could strap to the iPad and essentially, podcast anywhere I want to be on the fly now. So now I'm no longer limited to being home. I can have quality, studio quality mics anywhere I want to go. So I'm fully mobile at this point and I'm ready to podcast anywhere, anytime. So I'm pretty pumped.
I'm very excited. When I heard you were doing this, I knew exactly what was going on there. You are a mobile first dude, aren't you? Like you love mobile. You are mobile. You're always on the move, right? So this format is perfect for you. But tell us why you chose this, and I hope someone from Rode is listening because they make such good products. Why did you choose this product?
Yeah, because I tried each and everything I could do with the NTSB One Plus to make it work on the iPad M4, and it just wasn't cutting it. I just couldn't get it to work. I tried using an old school mono cable and just putting it into a Dre Beats headset, and everything I do, I either heard an echo in that or an echo somewhere else. And the microphone itself is amazing. What it does for your voice, how you can hear yourself, correct your cadence. It's phenomenal, but I can't use it on the iPad. So knowing that they make awesome products, I went for their iPad adapted version.
Yeah, okay. Now this is very important. We all have different variations. I have a Samsung S9, actually an S7 tablet, and a Samsung S21 phone, but I personally use a Zoom P4 and a Samsung. Again, I'm having trouble with that image. A Samsung 2QU mic, but Mike, pardon the pun, is using a Logitech headset with his on his desktop. Tell us how you do this, Mike. I'm very interested in this.
Well, I actually switched to this computer because of Keith's sensitive ears. So I normally use a different headset, and I actually wanted to talk. I wanted to talk about anything that your choice if you were to have one, specifically for a USB connected headset, because I'm not ready to step up to the mic the separate mic. Part of it is my ear. I actually have a gamer headset, but because it's over the ear, my ears get all sweaty. I don't know if anyone else has that problem, but I'm using ones that are very lightweight and just sit on top of my ear. So I don't know how this sounds, but that's why I switched, because you were
Yeah.
hearing a lot of. I'm actually in a quiet room. I may or may not use this as my studio as well, but we were having challenges with you hearing my TV and dogs barking and cats
And
meowing.
look, this is actually a really good discussion. I don't know how other people do it. I can't not hear it, Mike. I mean, I can't not hear those sounds. I mean, I just cannot not hear them. And I remember ringing you once, and the phone was going, your wife was talking, the news was on, and you're trying to talk to me, and I'm thinking, well, what am I doing? Who am I talking to? Can you turn the news off? Can you go into another room? Can you stop the phone ringing? I mean, who am I talking to and at? Freaked me out. Just completely freaked me out. And I get that everyone else is in that zone, like we are in a zone where we are busy, and so the tech is there. This is a very important discussion to have. The tech is there, and the cost is commensurate with the features you get. So I use a dynamic mic, and the reason I use a dynamic mic is that if there is lots and lots of noise, I don't hear it on the tape, like the builder next door now these are $100. But that's okay. Not everyone's going to go for that. I've got a Razer headset, which I quite like. It was $100. Very cool. But I don't think that has noise cancellation. I'll plug this in later. I don't think this has noise cancellation built in. So
Yeah, that's what I was asking Keith is, and I don't like those over the ears because they make my ears sweat. I have a gamer thing very similar, but I'd have to look to see, but I can't wear them for any amount of time.
yeah. And I guess the question, this is actually a really good question to ask now. The question is, what is the purpose of the call? If the call is just a chat between friends that happens to be on the internet, then we can do whatever we want because it's our show. And, there's not anyone important listening, although there probably is. You just don't know. And it's just a chat between friends. But if you're running your own show and you want to sound authoritative, I'm not sure you should be wearing a headset. Well, correct me if I'm wrong. But, I mean, it depends on how actually, that's the right word, how authoritative you want to be. If it's just a chat between friends and we're sort of learning stuff and having fun and it's just a little bit casual, then it doesn't matter, other than the fact that the dog barking and the news on does annoy some people, notwithstanding that they very much annoy me. But
Well, Keith,
what are you doing this for, Mike? Are you doing it just to have a chat with friends, or do you want to be authoritative?
Well, before we get there, so you're saying right now you're not wearing a headset, a headphone, earphones.
No, I am wearing headphones to hear the show, but I'm not wearing a headset.
Gotcha. Okay.
So,
yeah, that's a good point. I think if you're gonna do this as like if you were launching your podcast career, then yeah, I would say you should probably invest in that mic. What about, though, getting back to the headphones? Is there a kind of a low cost, no ear sauna, as Chris called it, solution?
let's have this discussion. I don't exactly know what you mean. When you put your earphones on, your ears get like hot and sweaty.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't have this problem, so let's have this discussion. Do you have this problem, William, and do you have a solution to that? Do your ears get hot and sweaty when you put headphones on?
William on his cast wears buds. He wears earbuds from, I think they're Apple.
What about you,
How
Chris?
did you know that?
Because I saw your cast, dude. for the second time.
Okay.
I was on your cat. I was watching your cast.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is really interesting that you guys just said that. My dog just got away from me. That's why I couldn't answer right away. I'm walking him. I wear my Apple AirPods. I've only had 2 episodes, Keith, so I haven't invested in any equipment. I'm just kind of playing it by ear and then trying to determine if it takes off and whether or not at
No,
that point
I
want
love
to
this. This
start
is actually
investing.
one of the things we talk about on the show all the time. You know, there is this tragic sort of trend to just buy all the tech up front, even if you're doing no shows. And then you realize, hang on, no one's listening to this. It's such a waste of time. I'm just going to go to the game tonight and have a hot dog. I mean, I'm not having fun anymore.
Right.
And you've bought all this stuff, right? So you got to start small. But I think the question I'm really interested in is, are you just having a chat with friends, or are you trying to build an authoritative voice? And for me, I'm doing both, but mostly I'm doing these shows for a reason. I can have a chat with friends in 700 other ways. I choose to do this format because it's going to LinkedIn and Facebook and YouTube, and we're building authority, if that's the right word, if that doesn't sound conceited. We're sharing our wisdom to the world. And I think you owe it to the listeners to sound half decent for that. You owe it to them. But of course, you don't want to spend hundreds of dollars. So we're sort of in a bit of a dichotomy there, aren't we?
Yeah, Keith, you mind if I hop in for one second there?
Please.
Yeah, I think the other thing that a lot of people, I think it really just depends on whether you're an audience member or whoever's there. Can you guys just mute real quick? I'm sorry, can't hear. Whether you're an audience member or somebody who's like a host on the show is really going to depend as well. Because if you're on the show and you're actually here to like bring value and you've established something, you've built a company, you've built a brand, you've got expertise, you've really got something to offer, you do want to have like the best equipment you possibly can for your audience because they're coming to see you at the end of the day. And you want, if your audience members want to hop up on the stage, if I don't care if they have the best audio. I don't want them to go out and buy something and ask me a question. Hop on your cell phone, hop on your earbuds. It doesn't count. It doesn't matter if you sound a little muffly. We just want to be able to interact with you. So unless you're at the point where you've already built something, spent years building it, it's really not useful for you to go out and spend a lot of money and invest in stuff like this. You need to have established products, established brands, established companies. You need to have laid the foundation and done the groundwork.
I love this. Like, I mean, if Gary V turned up to my show on a dinky pair of headphones, I wouldn't be saying, "Oh, mate, sorry, I can't hear you." But Gary V has earned the right for me to, to bow to his wisdom, if indeed we honor that wisdom. But if no one's ever heard of you, and you're coming in, I don't know who that is, but there's a lot of noise. If you come in on a noisy mic and you're washing the dishes and the telly's on and the dog's barking and there's cars in the background and someone's at the lights with a Harley and I've never heard of you, then I'm not sure I'd be inclined to give you the mic because I don't know who you are yet. Right. But I don't know any really famous people. Like if Billy Joe decided to come on my show because they're in Melbourne because the Green Day did a gig on Saturday night, and Billy Joe said, "Mate, I'm just hanging out at the hotel and I saw your show, and can I come on?" Yeah, I would let him come on, even if he was, whatever he was doing, because he's Billy Joe from Green Day, right? But I'm not Billy Joe from Green Day. I'm Keith Keller from the suburbs. So you've got to earn the right to sound shit. Actually, I'm gonna use that. I'm gonna put that on a t-shirt. You've got to earn the right to sound shit. Because when you first start, you're all at a level. But Americo, what do you think? Two things first. First things first. Do you love this new look that Restream just invented this week? Have you tried it? Tell me what you think of it.
Well, I've predominantly been using on camera option for my shows, but when I saw this come across my feed, I was ecstatic to see that it's no longer that black, dreary look. I really enjoy.
Hmm.
It's just different. It's more vibrant, and kudos to them. And if you had anything to do with that, because I know you had shared some fantastic feedback around the audio experience.
Yeah.
This is fantastic.
Yeah. Well, I'm lucky. I'm excited that they are listening to me, and hopefully I've had some influence here. But try a couple of different thumbnails if you want, and you'll see the background change. This is very, 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 very vibrant. But while I've got you, what are your thoughts on mics? If we're just getting started with our brand, we don't want to spend thousands of dollars, but we just can't turn up on a dinky phone in a noisy environment anymore. It's not acceptable, is it?
No, and in fact, I put it on my Christmas wish list, and I don't typically do that, but everyone says that I'm hard to buy for. So, understanding the trajectory of where I want to take my personal brand, I put headphones and mics on my Christmas wish list, and I'm now using the JBL headset with mic. It's got noise canceling. I was worried about whether or not it was going to work and it was going to be effective. But last week I had my dog sitting next to me and she was coughing up a lung and no one heard anything. So,
What's the model number? I'll find it. Because are you on that now?
yes.
I
What's
was
the
going to
model
say,
number?
could you link that?
I can. I'm just going to find it now. What's the number?
So it's the JBL Quantum 100.
Oh, that's it. I got it. Look, they're about $38.
So relatively affordable price point, and it's working for me. Now, will I maybe want to upgrade down the road as things get better? Possibly, but if this is working, why mess with it? I know last week, and Mike was in attendance. I hosted a show with a good friend of mine, Shelly Spence, and Shelly, who typically also has her mic queued up, but she was running between her full-time job and trying to get on the show. She resorted to using her laptop mic, and it's quite the difference in terms of the audible experience, not only for her as a speaker, but for the audience who couldn't make out what she was saying some of the time. So it's
JBL Quantum. Did I spell that right?
Yeah.
Quantum 100. $38 on Amazon.
Are those ear saunas, America?
yes.
So let's pick up on this idea of ear sauna, Mike. I don't have this problem, so you've got to explain what you mean. Your ears get hot and you just can't stand it. Tell me what you mean.
Yeah, I bought my wife, and they're very, very nice. It's a very nice headphone, but it's over the ear, and I can't remember if they're Sony or whatever. I'll have to look, and I'll send you, Keith, the link. But if I wear them for, I don't know, anything longer than like 10, 15 minutes, my head starts to sweat underneath. I don't know if it's because, I have so much energy coming out of my brain or leaking out my ears or what.
It's funny you mentioned that, because people who are watching me live, like if I'm doing a 1-hour show, about 30 to 45 minutes into the show, the perspiration coming off my ears, the headset has a tendency of just starting to slide off my head. So you'll see me adjusting my headset periodically to keep it from sliding right off.
Let's jump in. I know that Jay is on at a very, very special birthday party today, and he can't make it, but he has JBL headsets, and they have a very good sound, and especially have dynamic bass. But I tell you what, we might play a bit of a game. I know that Ollie always rings in on his laptop. Now, you may not be able to tell this, Ollie, but we can tell. You have a very hollow sound, and you sound very far away. Now, this might not
I
bother
know.
you. This might not
I
bother you, but
know.
we can tell. So, have you
So
got a
I
mic?
have I have a mic that I hold right now in my hand, but I still not have plugged in my laptop since weeks and weeks. But it is an HyperX Solocast, and I'm pretty happy of it. But at some point, I had to organize myself, and I lost my mic. So now I have my mic in my hand, but I am waiting for the next time to plug it in. But I realized that my sound is not ideal. But as long as I'm audible, that's okay. Of course, you are a professional, so you need perfect sound, and it's about the value. For me, the information is better than to have the proper mic. But I would like to challenge also to you about a question. Why do you say that, oh, if it's for Billy Joel, if it's for whatever, Elon Musk, I don't know, but you will say, okay, it's okay. But for any one of us, you will say, no, you have to have a proper mic. I'm really curious because
Oh,
if you are having standards for someone, you will have to have standards for everyone.
no, this is a very good point. No, let's actually have this discussion. If Billy Joe, the lead singer from Green Day, rang into my show right now, and if you know him, please let him know because he's in Melbourne, like he's here. Like it's very conceivable that he could be just having breakfast. If you do know him, please tell him because I'm very open. If he came, and he's very famous, he's the lead singer of Green Day, my favorite band in the world. I don't know who that is, but there's more noise going on. You have to stop that. You know,
That was me.
um,
Sorry.
if Billy Joe rang in and he's busy and he said, "Look, mate, I'm so sorry. I've only got 10 minutes, but look, thanks for coming to the gig on Saturday night. I hope you don't mind, but the maid's vacuuming the carpet." And I said, "Look, I'll adjust because you're Billy Joe. You have earned the right to sound shit." I'm going to use that phrase. I'm going to use that. That's going to be my sound. That's going to be my meme for my lifetime. You've earned the right to sound shit. I'm just going to say it. But if I don't know you yet, I don't know if you're going to add any value at all. I don't know where you're coming from. I don't know what your positioning is. I don't know what rant you're going to go on. You haven't earned the right to sound shit. So you have to come in to my shows with a level of quality. And I know that might sound a little bit elitist, Ollie, but that's the truth. That's my position. Let's have that discussion. What do you think, Chris? Do you think there's some value in the idea that if you're famous and you've earned the right, you can just turn up where you are because you're busy, and you're going to add value even if you're at the lights and there's a Harley turning on. We're happy to have you. What do you think? Am I being a bit brutal here, or do you think there's some value in this?
No, I don't think you're being brutal at all because look, I mean, a couple of months ago, I'm like in a weird transitional phase myself. Like a couple months ago, I had to beg to get onto shows, you know what I mean? And it was hard for me because I had all the crap equipment. And thank God I met you to help me out and show me the ropes and just be a good friend and a good mentor. But you'd recognize I had built something. I had a lot of brand. I had thought leadership. I had established myself in so many other regards in artificial intelligence, medical technology, so many other fields where I was an expert. The network that I built, the following that I have. So I'm not anywhere near famous, and I hope, God, I hope cross my fingers, hope to die, I never get famous. But you know, there is something to be said for now when I'm working 16 hours a day and somebody needs me for a show, they don't care what my mic sounds like. They're like, Chris, please just get here. Please, you're gonna bring followers to my show. Please show up.
You've
And
earned the
anybody who's
right to sound shit.
yeah, and then anybody who is just sends me a link. If I got a free hour, I go in and I help just because they're friends and we've established that, and I'm willing to help them grow because they've helped me. And that's it. You have to earn the right to sound like shit. You really do.
I really want to pick up on this because um, let's be very clear what Restream is. I can only have 10 people on stage. I have had the room full, and I've got to decide as the host who gets in and who stays in because I can only have 10 people maximum. So if someone comes in who I've never heard of before, and they're at the lights, and a Harley turns up, and there's a helicopter over their head, and they're near the airport, and there's a plane taken off, and I've never heard of them. And then someone really famous comes and says, "Mate, I'm so sorry, I'm in a shopping center, but you got me for 2 minutes." I mean, who am I going to choose? Who are you going to choose? You're going to choose the person that you know is likely to have some wisdom because you know who they are, right? But I'm very interested in this discussion, and please call in if you want to talk about this. So I can have up to 10 people on stage. What do you think, Mike? Is this partially helping you discern how much you want to spend on equipment? I mean, if you want to get on guests, if you want to get on shows, I'm guessing I'm not the only one in the world this fussy. Is your goal to be on shows?
I hadn't thought of it exactly like that. So I mean, for $100, I would consider, that mic that you showed initially, the dynamic one. I can see the wisdom. Now, I think the other thing is it really depends on where you're trying to take your show, not yours, like mine. Is my show, is it sort of for a small circle of friends, or am I really trying to grow it to, something huge? If the sound quality is your highest priority, then I would say, go certainly spend $100 maybe, and then start to get your other gear, like your soundboard and everything else, and probably an actual studio, with soundproofing and everything. But I'm not quite there yet. But
discussion, Mike. This is a very important discussion. I'm not talking about today. Like, I've already coined the phrase beyond 2032. I'm already thinking 8 years ahead. Brisbane has the Olympics in 2032. I'm already there. I went to Green Day on the weekend. I've seen the future. I know where I'm going. I don't live in the present. I live in the future. Right. So,
well, the reason I bring this up is I was at so I'm part of a local chapter of the company, or the organization that does the certificate that I hold, the CISSP, and they, I'm trying to remember where they were from. I want to say I don't know if they were NSA, but they had come out of the government and the point is that they wanted to get their voice out and their information. They were working on something called Safe House. And so they started a podcast specifically for that. So it's a targeted, targeted information. And I don't know how they became so popular, but they're horribly popular. And they had spent years in I think it was government work, but they didn't really have the audience, or couldn't reach the audience that they are today.
William, what do you think? I mean, we have to start where we are, and there is a trap that we could spend too much money too fast and waste that money. But what do you think? Are you doing a show because you just want half a dozen people to chat on a Saturday afternoon because there's nothing on TV? Or are you doing a show and what you want to build authority? What do you think, William? Are you in a position to chat? Or actually, I think William might have left already. We'll just see if I can get him back. Chris, are you with me on that? You want to build authority, aren't you? It's good to chat to your friends, but we're not chatting to friends. We're building authority on a world stage, aren't we?
Yeah, I mean, the only issue I have is sort of the word authority. I don't, especially with, just current times, I want to establish like my thought leadership. That is what I would say, how I envision the future, what I think what real world changes we could bring to the world in a positive light. Why so many people are struggling. That's what I want to bring. I hate the word authority, but I do want people to understand that, for years I kind of hit it, that I really, really work hard behind the scenes. I'm a pretty clever person. I'm a strategist, a thinker. I work on this stuff all day long. I work on it in my sleep. I dream about it. So like you and I think are on the same page with that. We're thought leaders. We just work. We find things that we're fascinated with, and we build and we build and we build nonstop. And one of the things that I think a lot of people miss out on is like Keith and I are just throughout the week peppering each other back and forth with messages and ideas and pictures of like, what do you think about this? Can we work that into the show? Do you think the audience would like this? Like, we're so concerned about what we bring to our audience rather than necessarily promoting ourselves. That's what we're here for, is to just like bring a brand and have fun with everybody, and also bring value and like have people come away and know how to do their jobs better and know how to make more money and be better people and enjoy their families, their lives, and spend more time at the beach or the mountains or the lake or whatever they want to do. That's what we're here for.
Yeah, look, I love it. It's a very, very important conversation because I'm a little bit biased. I love tech. I have a very sensitive ear. I wear headphones. I'm a little bit biased. I'm a sound snob. It's like, I'll give you a really good example. I cannot, will not drink instant coffee. Cannot, will not. I've moved past instant coffee. I'd rather have nothing than drink instant coffee. I cannot drink it. My taste buds have moved past that point. And I'd rather have nothing than drink instant coffee. And that's the same with sound. I just cannot stand it when people call in and there's noise in the background. It's my show. I'm in charge, right? But I realize that I'm not doing the show for me. I'm doing the show for the content. What do you think, America? Am I on a bit of a rant here, or do you think there's some valid points here? I very much appreciate your thoughts.
Well, here's my first thought on instant coffee. If you whisk it into your cream or milk, post it into the water, it has a whole different taste that you might be able to live with. Not just throwing it out there.
No, that's good.
Okay, so in terms of being a sound snob, I totally understand where you're coming from, and if I were to piggyback on Chris's comments, yeah, we're on here, and I too, I'm up at all hours of the day, and I'm always thinking about how can I evolve, how can I help others and bring others with me. My community is being built with intention. It's not only just to help businesses and help myself trying to monetize my personal brand, but I'm also here looking to help others, individuals and professionals, be seen, be heard, and come along for this ride. My biggest obstacle, and I know it's probably a topic that we can build a show around. This is this experience is audible experience. We're using our avatars, but seeing how I choose to go on camera, the biggest obstacle that I see myself facing now is either an ergonomic setup or a different camera, because my laptop camera and the way I'm sitting at my workstation, when I play back and I'm editing my lives, half the time, because I'm multitasking, it looks like I'm looking down at my audience, and I want to be able to look at my audience. So I need to decide, is it the ergonomic setup that's going to help me look into the camera a little better, or is it the fact that I need to buy more tech and get myself an external camera and not rely at looking at my laptop camera screen?
Yeah. I think this is a very, very important conversation, because I don't want to be the guy that says you have to have 5-star tech to make it to be valuable. I don't want to be that guy. But on the other hand, I don't want to listen to someone talking to me when the dogs are barking. I mean, I just don't want to be in that room. So we've got to find that middle ground. And to America's point, one of the 3 reasons that I don't do video shows is that when I'm doing this show and I'm trying to manage the studio and I'm talking to someone on LinkedIn because they want to come into the show, and all of these times, if I'm on camera, I'm looking everywhere else except at the camera. I'm looking everywhere else, and that looks terrible. I hate that look. I really hate that look. And it just makes me feel terrible about myself, and it's not a very good visual experience. So what I've decided to do, Americo, is just opt out of the video and just say this is a camera off experience. But to your point, and let's run the room on that. If people want to have a camera on experience, how do we do that and run a show? What do you think, Chris? This is a bloody good conversation.
So how do we run a camera on show? Pretty much the exact same way. I don't think you could really do it without having an assistant. It's going to be tough. I would need somebody to almost be sitting across from me at the table, almost like holding up the questions that the audience is asking in the chat, so I can kind of read them, look at them, and have them type and respond or something like that. Because there's so much going on the back end when you're hosting. Just between my two devices that I really don't think I could look at the camera properly. And the other thing I don't think the audience knows, like when we take pauses and the other people are speaking, we're walking around our places, getting drinks, using the bathroom. We kind of pepper these in. We're artists up here. We're making stacks. And if you got to go for an hour, 2 hours straight on camera and you're just staring at the top of your iPad or the top of your laptop, because it looks better when you're staring at the camera, like you train yourself like you're getting ready for TV or something. It's difficult to do all that and look proper on camera. It takes a lot of practice. I've been practicing it to get ready for it for other reasons, but it's tough. It's a lot of work.
I totally agree. Could you have an assistant, Americo? Could you have a producer, or is that not within your realm or your budget at the moment?
Well, for me, it's not within my budget. If I scale to the point where I need to bring someone in to help produce, heck, that's where I'd like to find myself one day, helping others produce. But I gotta. What was the saying we earmarked for ourselves a few weeks back? We want to be shit now, so that we can be better later.
You've got to be
Right.
got to be prepared to suck.
That's it. Yeah, you got to be prepared to suck. So here
I can actually create a t-shirt company. You've got to be prepared. You got to be prepared to suck to get good. You've earned the right to sound shit. I mean, I'm gonna create all these t-shirts, Chris. Let's get that friend of yours that does t-shirts, and we'll just create all these memes from all these almost vulgar comments. You've got to, you've earned the right to sound shit. You've got to suck to get good. Just say it. I mean, just say it.
Yeah, well, one of my buddies in the audience listening, hopefully he's still listening. He actually knows the guys over at Roosevelt's who do all the Major League Baseball t-shirts or button downs. I used to be really good friends with those guys back when I lived in Hoboken. Awesome guys. So if you guys are out there, Roosevelt's, what's up? So yeah, hopefully he's listening. So we definitely got to get that. I definitely want to get some I'm Just a Guy from Jersey tees made up. So let's get a marketplace going soon. That should be like by the end of next month.
And look, I mean, I'm going to come back periodically to the Green Day concert because my life will never be the same since Saturday night. I've seen the future. I've seen the future of concerts. I've seen the future of online content, and I'm not going back. Right? So I want to move forward with my content. I want it to sound good. I want it to look good. We're not having a chat with friends on a Saturday afternoon because there's nothing on TV. That my shows are never going to be that. And so I guess I might offend some people and say, look, you sound terrible, go away. But that's only going to be one time, because go to a quiet room, get a better headset, turn the news off, just find a solution. Because I want to hear what you want to say, but I want to hear you talking. I don't want to hear the newscaster talking, and I don't want to hear everyone else in the house talking. I want to hear you talking, right? And that's what my show is going to be about. I'm going to set a tone. And look, I know this for sure because I've got friends of mine that have said, look, I've got a standard to meet. And if you don't sound good, you're not coming back. You might get through the gatekeeper the first time, but you're not getting invited back if you sound shit. Right? And I want my show to look good. I want my show to sound good. And I want to take it up a notch and keep moving forward. Right? And I know that's going to offend some people, but I guess that's what we're talking about. And this is indeed the social audio sound check. But let's come back to the idea of how much do we spend initially to sound good? Like, you can talk into your laptop, but it sounds terrible. You're never going to get any good speaking gigs talking into your laptop. Never. You might be able to talk to your friends and you might be able to talk at a level, but you're never going to get any good speaking gigs talking into your laptop. Please prove me wrong. Get a really massive speaking gig, send me the file. I will bow at your feet. Right. So, Mike, I know you've got a budget there, but what's the goal? Is the goal to chat to your friends on a Saturday afternoon because there's nothing on TV? Or do you want to build authority and get a job or get good gigs?
Build gravitas.
Yeah, tell me what you mean by that? I love this phrase. What do you mean build gravitas?
A sense of respect, a sense of I'm kind of in agreement with Chris in that I am a little bit anti-authoritarian or anti-authority, but it's really building reputation. And initially I was heading towards cybersecurity, but and I still will, because that's going to be at least a part-time job for me in the future.
Yeah.
But I'm actually looking to become like a full-time idea generator or an incubator. And I will be exhibiting in the upcoming Go Brunch Expo in that regard.
Yeah, let's move towards that. This is a very good discussion. This is indeed the sound check, and I think everyone on the stage has had a chance to check their sound. We can indeed have up to 10 people on stage, and I'd love you to check your sound. I'd love you to improve your sound, get those really good gigs. But let's have a chat about Go Brunch. How are you using it, Mike? And what does it mean to you? It's a very cool site. How are you going to use it?
Well, what it is the next evolution of community building software. What it's lacking, and this is where Ollie and I were talking about, apparently, I am going to attempt to bridge Discord and Go Brunch, because the current iteration of Go Brunch does not have a at all, and it doesn't have what I'm calling text permanence. And by text permanence, I mean the channels that you have in Discord. So Keith, you were searching for sort of a replacement for Discord, or something that's I'm looking for something immersive, but I'm also looking for whatever the best way to build community is. And part of that is a way to to keep people engaged. And I think the immersive quality of Go Brunch does that. Now, there's a bunch of other things that Discord has to some degree, like the ability to share your screen and the ability to. But one of the things it doesn't have is Discord doesn't have is the ability to embed practically anything. And I think, to me, that's what I'm looking for. So what am I looking to do? My initial foray is going to be for, initially it was job seekers for the corporate market. Now I'm expanding that idea and saying, what is a job? And how can we collab and to build? How can we collab to bring everyone up to employment and maybe go
on
out?
This idea? What is a job? What a great question. What is a job? Tell me what you mean by that. What do you think it is?
Well, it used to be you go 9 to 5, or depending if you had to work shifts, which I've done, night shifts. It's a way to put a roof over your family and your head, and to pay for energy, which should be free, but that's beyond the scope of this talk. And basically to support yourself. Now, the traditional way, or the way we used to do it in corporate America is you go, to a box, 9 to 5, you earn, a wage, and that's it. It may be at a job that you hate. It may be a job that you love, but you're stuck in those parameters. And as I get towards retirement age, I have to think about not just so much the income as how am I going to keep engaged? Well, that has me really thinking and pivoting towards doing something that will raise the quality of life for other people. And so that is to get them to start thinking differently about what a job is.
Yeah.
So and to maybe connect together with other people in a network that have already done it, and maybe even I'm literally like going through this thought process right now. And Ollie and I had talked about this, is maybe even creating a barter system, at least initially. So if you don't have the funds, Chris needs a Go Brunch graphic designer. I need whatever Chris can offer. So we start, in essence, kind of horse trading on skills.
Very, very cool. Well, let's pick up on this. Let's bring someone in on the room. So, Joyce, I'd love to hear your thoughts. A couple of things going on here. What is a job? What is Go Brunch? And what do you think of this new Restream feature that picks up an image or color from your thumbnail and makes it into a sort of a background? There's 3 questions there, but you're new to the call, so I'm trying to regroup because we've been going an hour. What do you think of what we've chatted about so far, and where do you want to take it? We got you there, Joyce? Open mic.
Testing. Can
Yeah,
you
we
hear
can
me?
hear you.
I'm still.
We can hear you.
I've kind of been doing some multitasking, so I stepped in at a place where I'm not really sure
That's
how
all
to
right.
answer it. I don't use, we already kind of spoke. And hey, everyone, by the way, but we kind of spoke on the back end, been in a few of your other sound check rooms, but I use a different OBS, or I use a different streaming software. So I'm not really up to date on what Restream offers.
That's all right. We'll
You
come
know,
back to you on that. I mean, we're
right.
having a little bit of trouble with your sound. I don't know if you're talking into a laptop or you're in the bathroom, but I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing you. You're very soft. We'll come
Okay.
back to that. Mariko, what do you think? What is a job? What a great question. What is a job?
Well, that's that's a conversation that can go many ways. At the end of the day, I've heard people say that jobs are a drug that keep people coming back in exchange for some form of remuneration. And listen, I had a job, multiple jobs in an industry that I loved, but after being put to the curb and realizing how dispensable you are, no matter how much you like your job, it really becomes an eye-opening decision for me and for many. It's like, yeah, what is a job, and why am I killing myself to fill someone else's pockets? And you know what? It's this month will be 2 years since my last layoff, and I'm kind of weaning off of my job search and just putting all my energy into scaling my consulting and coaching practice, because it gives me to a point, it'll give me the revenue that'll help put that roof over my head, but it also gives me the flexibility to be able to lead, support, and develop professionals and businesses from anywhere. Heck, I might have the opportunity to one day hop on a plane and come see you, and maybe we'll take a drive to Bondi Beach and tour Australia, and I'll be able to work from wherever I'm at. And that's what I really
it's a fundamental question. It's a fundamental question. I don't think a lot of people are content anymore to go into the city and sit in a box in a cubicle and spend an hour getting there in traffic or on the train, and then come home and be subject to traffic in the train and waste 10 hours of their life doing that. 10 hours a day of their life doing it. It's arguable whether that's a waste, but I would find that a waste. So let's keep this going. There's a lot of people in the call, and we're really excited. I'm going to go to Bez. There's a couple of things going on. You've probably missed a lot of the call, but there's 3 things going on here today. One is this is a brand new feature of Restream. It picks up a color from your thumbnail and creates a background. So that's the first thing I want to introduce you to. The second thing that you can pick up at your leisure is, what is a job? What does it mean? Has the word even changed now?
Well, for someone who's a headhunter and a career coach, but also an entrepreneur, I'm a contradiction from all angles. So- and yet, Chris, that photo is 1988, cartoonish. Sometimes you got to feel forever young, right?
Dude, I am in love with it.
So-
It looks kind of like my dad when I was younger. I'm not gonna lie, dude. I love it.
Man, I had that much hair, man. I mean, I had a hairline that came down to the middle of my forehead, So
My dad didn't have the most. My
That was
dad
the
had a
middle of
thicker
my head.
mustache, but that's an amazing pick.
Well,
Mm.
Prince was all the rage, and we're all trying to be as as sexy as that man was. So if we're trying to just be like Prince. Anyways, so you bring up a good what is a job? Is that the question? So a job is sometimes part of your journey. So, before I went on my own, so this is my second stab at entrepreneurship. But I did my first one after my first 2 jobs. One was for 5 years, the other one was for about 10 months. And I said, hey, because I was working for a startup, I go, I got all his problems, but don't got none of the equity. Why don't I give myself all the problems and have all the equity? So that's how I launched mine, mid to late 20s. And then I jumped into the corporate world because of the recession of 2000. That was pretty brutal. And went that for many, many years, and then jumped back into entrepreneurship in 2016, 2017. So I think everything has a purpose. Sometimes we don't know. Um, I'm a big believer about, it's hard to connect the dots when you're looking into the future. It's only once you've done them that you're like, okay, now that makes sense. But you have to look back. Can you see a through line and plan it? Absolutely. I believe that's the best path if you can. But you should continuously look at your life or career plan and see, hey, what is it you want to do? So that has to be a continuous evolution, and you have to keep looking at that. But anyways, just want to sort of land it there. What is a job? That's I don't know. I mean, I'm a contradiction from all angles as a career coach, as a headhunter, and as an entrepreneur myself. I think I'll just tell you that it is a place and time during your life that where someone in exchange for your time gives you money and says thank you very much, hopefully. And sometimes you know there's other circumstances, but yeah, I mean, it's a relationship. And sometimes Henry Cloud, the author, says sometimes there's these things called necessary endings. So, depending where you're at, I respect it. Back to you, Pete.
I love this discussion. Mike is in a period of transition, and we're asking the question: what is a job? Is it going to the city and working on someone else's dream? Is it your own dream? And is that a job? or is it a lifestyle? Is it a choice? Welcome, Leslie. The couple of things while I got you, Bez, you may not have heard this story. Where first things first, Restream has completely reinvented this look. I'm very, very excited about this. It picks up and please try different thumbnails to illustrate this point. It picks up a color inside the thumbnail and takes that color to the outside of the background. I don't think any other site is doing this. It does look very Discord-ish, and that's pretty cool. And I think they got the idea there, but we'll give them kudos for a very original idea. The second question we were asking, Bez, and you may have missed this, and I'm very much interested in your thoughts here, and I did lose a few people as a result. At what point do you evolve your tech to be more authoritative and more dynamic? And at what point is it okay just to talk into your laptop and sound shit? In fact, we coined the phrase, you've got to earn the right to sound shit. Right? And
Well, go ahead.
well, what
Sorry.
we were saying was, I just saw Green Day on Saturday night. I'm going to talk a lot about this today because it has changed my life. My content will no longer be the same from this day forward as a result of that concert. I'll tell you a bit more about that in a minute. But Billy Joe, the lead singer of Green Day, if he turned up on my stream because he was having breakfast in the hotel because they're in Melbourne, and he said, mate, look, I'm loving your show. I'm so sorry. The maid's vacuuming the carpet and there's someone in the background screaming. Hope that's okay. I would go with that because it's Billy Joe from Restream, from Green Day. Right? But if someone rang in that I've never heard of, and they were at the airport, and I'm thinking, well, you haven't earned the right to sound shit. I don't even know who you are. What are you going to talk about? So I'm just wondering, at what point do you need to owe it to yourself and your listeners to upgrade your tech to at least a level where you sound decent, right? And you know I'm a sound snob, and I really want to play that middle ground. I don't want to say that you have to sound good to come on my show because that's just terrible. But there's got to be a point that you owe it to the audience to sound half decent. What do you think?
Well, I think you, if you're going to do a show or participate in shows, you have to put yourself like if you were the listener, right? And then decide, well, what kind of experience do I want to give the listener? So, you bring up a good point. Now, definitely, I think we should start where we're at, but do our very best. I know Jenna Kutcher, who's a podcaster, now a famous online personality. She said she would go into her closet because she had kids, young kids, and would, with her iPhone, record a podcast. And it sounded good. It's like, that's like with all the towels and the carpet and everything else, and, hiding from the kids, it worked. And so you start where you're at, and you can be effective. You test, you ask other people, hey, what are they doing? And this is what she did to work. So I'm not saying you have to start out the gate spending a lot of money, but I can guarantee you, if I'm on an iPhone, and I believe Android has this feature too, because some of these Android phones, they're very good. I mean, I know for a fact some of them take better pictures than the iPhone. So they probably have a similar function in the iPhone. But if you plug in a wired Apple headphones, and then you take your finger at the very top right and swipe down, you're going to see a top right quadrant pop up that gives you different voice modes. But you have to plug in your wired Apple headphones, and they're only $20. They're like, like you can go to Well, I don't think you can get them anymore because now they're going with a different without the Lightning. And I have the 13 Pro Max, so I'm still on the Lightning. But for $20, you can go and do isolation mode, and it filters out the background noise, and it sounds really, really good. And people would ask me, hey, Bez, what kind of setup do you have? And I would tell them, they're like, really? Wow, for $20, that sounds pretty good. I thought you had this expensive equipment. So there's a lot of little hacks. You can go in the closet with all the towels, the carpet, sounds amazing. And you can record and get involved right off your phone with $20
I love what you're
wired
saying here. I love what you're
Apple
saying
head.
here, Bez,
Yeah.
because there's two very, very, very important conversations to have right now. One, money is sometimes an excuse. Oh, you know what? I just don't want to buy a mic. Okay. Is that because you don't want to buy the mic, or is that because you can't afford the mic? I don't want to go into my closet and sit in front of my dressing gown and do a show. Okay. It costs you nothing. Sounds fantastic. Why wouldn't you do that? Oh, I don't want to sit in amongst my wife's fluffy dresses. Yeah, but they sound. The show's going to sound better. Yeah, I can't be bothered, right? So there's two things going on here. One is the money, and I get the money, but what I'm getting a lot is, mate, I can't be bothered. This is just not important enough for me to go to the effort to sound good. And I go, no worries. If you can't be bothered sounding good, you're not getting part two. I'm just going to be brutal. Like, I've been on shows, Billy D's,
Keith,
and
Keith,
other
you mind if
people.
I hop in for
Jump
one
in,
second
please,
and
please,
just
please.
give you a quick shout out while I do this at the same time? I'm not purposely trying to give Keith a shout out right now, but Keith is a top 100 global thought leader. You know, when I come to his stage, I understand that, and I understand how much hard work, how many years of time and effort he put into that. He's incredibly friendly. Don't take his, you know, like his friendliness, like he's trying to give you a shot. He's trying to teach you. He's trying to tell you what you got to do if you want to make it in a gentle way. And you know, he's being a real polite host on his show. And essentially, what he's trying to just say in a very polite way, if you keep showing up and you're not doing the things that I'm asking you to do, I'm not going to let you on my stage anymore, because I'm a top 100 thought leader who's really trying to get into the top 50, into the top 5. Keep going, because you know, he was up there with Twitter and he's trying to rebuild it, and I'm here to support him. So let's just honor what he's building. And here's the deal: since I'm on the rise too, I'll do the other shows where I'll help the community out. And since I got a rising thing going on, or Bez or Americo or Michael, we can all work together and do like the stuff on Go Brunch.
Yeah.
But Keith's established, you know, like let's remember that and try to help him, and then we'll all help each other grow together. But let's not try to get to his stage and not recognize and remember what he's done in the place he's earned.
Wow, I love what you've said there. Well, I feel a little bit uncomfortable with that phraseology, but what I'm trying to do is I know people that are above me, that are beyond me, and I know what they say. I know, because I've been on their shows, and they say, mate, if you don't sound good, you're not getting a second turn. And my goal is to keep moving forward. As I said, I'm not just doing this on a Monday morning because there's nothing on TV. The cricket's on. I could just watch the cricket. You know, I could just turn the television on and Australia's playing India, or I could just watch the cricket. That'll be a good way to kill a morning. Get a couple of beers going, and I'll just watch the cricket. I'm quite good at cricket. I don't mind watching cricket, but that's not what I'm doing this for. I'm doing this because I want to learn. I want to teach what I know. And tomorrow, like, I'm very, very, very excited. Tomorrow, I'm doing a complete 100% decoder on how to use Restream. Right, this is a must-listen show. Like, if you want to use Restream, I really love you to come tomorrow, because we're pulling it apart. It's a magnificent site, and I've worked out how to use it, and I want to teach you how to use it. Right? And the reason I do these sound check shows is that for the shows that are very important to me, I want you to sound good. For two reasons: is I want you to sound good, and I want you to want to sound good. Because I don't want you to come on the show and there'd be dogs barking and chickens in the background and helicopters in the air, because it's not fair on the audience. And you've got to think of the audience. We're not doing this for fun to talk to friends. Just get on Zoom for that. That's what Zoom's for. Pick up the phone and call people if that's what you want. We're online. We're sharing this with the world. And Joyce is saying it's definitely not fair on the audience. What do you think, Joyce? It definitely isn't, is it? If no one can hear you, it's not fair on the audience. Would you agree? Let's see if I've got you in there. We've got so many people on stage. I'm trying to work out where everyone is. Joyce, have you got a signal? I'd love to hear if you can hear us and whether we can hear you. What do you think?
Testing. Can you hear me better now?
Oh, we can't. What? Tell me. Let's have that. Let's have this chat. Where are you? What's going on? You sound very faint, very distant.
I do. Really?
What are you on? What's
Interesting.
what's happening?
I'm not sure. I'm testing it out because I have some headsets on, and you say that it still doesn't sound good. So
It sounds really bad, but I can say that because we're friends. What are you working on? What do you got? What do you got? Have you got earbuds in?
no, I have a headset in. I have an actual work from home headset that I used to use, and I'm trying to test it out because I cannot find my other one. But I'm
No,
gonna
that's
go
okay.
out
Look,
ahead and go
this
on
is
mute.
exactly what this show's about. Tell me what it is. What model is it? Let's see if we can work it out. You sound very soft, very distant. It
It's
sounds
a
like
Antec. It's an Antec, and furthermore, I don't have the model maker, nothing. It's a
well, that's all
pretty.
right.
I've had this a while.
I've never heard of this brand. Antec headset.
With the headsets, it's like if you work from home, there's certain headsets that they require you to have for your desktop. So yeah,
Okay.
I know
All right.
Logitech has one.
Let me take a step back and ask what other people can hear. I've got a pair of headphones on that cost me $200. I can hear everything. Let's ask everyone else what they think you sound like. What do you think, William? Can you hear the difference? Can you hear that Joyce is very soft and that there's a lot of echo in the background and they're really sort of distant? What do you think? Am I making this up?
I think it sounds like it's raining in the back. That's what I'm hearing, and her voice sounds very, very soft. Yes. Did you hear me?
Yeah, no, I heard you. This is exactly what I was going to say. It actually sounds like you're in a thunderstorm, and that it's raining very heavily, and you're sort of stuck in the middle of a park, talking in the rain. And I'm trying to do. I'm doing this on purpose. Like I'm doing this on purpose. It's very hard to hear you, Joyce, and this would be a shocker if you were turning up to a really important podcast and you sounded like this. You would definitely not get asked back. So let's see if we can find a way to solve that for you. It
So,
might
Keith, I
be.
have a question.
Yeah, please.
How do I sound? I'm wearing AirPods.
Look, I would give it maybe a 6.
Okay.
No,
Right.
it's not present.
Okay.
I'll give you a really good example in the musical world. On Saturday, I'm going to keep coming back to this because it's changed my life. I saw Green Day. They are the best band I've ever seen in my whole life. And I've seen like concerts forever. I've never, ever been to such a good concert. The drummer played with power. And because he played with power, the band sounded big, right? Coincidentally, and I'm giving myself away here, I went and seen Iron Maiden, and the drummer had no power. And because of that, the sound was hollow and weak and undefined, right? And that's what I think is happening here with Joyce. We can hear her, but there's no presence in her voice. There's no live component. I feel like she's calling in from Mars. And you're not anywhere near that, but it's not as good as if you were talking into a mic. But let's have this discussion about William and also about Joyce. Could you hear the difference, Americo, of Joyce and how she was distant and it sounded like she was in a rainstorm? What do you think?
Yeah, definitely. You can make out the difference between the two. I compared it more to maybe less of a rainstorm and talking with the water running, perhaps running some dishes or running water of any sorts. But in terms of hearing her, yes, you can make out what she's saying, but yes, very, very soft.
Yeah, No, that's okay for something like now. But if you wanted to do a TED talk or some sort of, and I'm going to use the word authoritative because I don't have a problem with that word. If you want to do an authoritative, like I am really into tech, and I don't mind telling you that, and I don't mind being known for that. I'm really into tech. So I want to be, if you like, an authority on tech. I'm not. I'm just a passionate observer, but I want to be an authority. Actually, Green Day has a song about this. So I'm going to keep coming back to this because I said it's changed my life. But what did you think about William's sound? It was pretty good, maybe 6 or 8 out of 10. You could hear him, but it was still a little bit distant, wasn't it?
Well, not being as much of a tech geek, I probably wouldn't have noticed the difference if it was only him we were comparing to.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, let me give you a really good example here. A very good example. I'm going to keep doing this on every show. I have what's called a dynamic mic, and they are the best type to buy, and you can get them for $50. When I talk into my mic right now, you can hear that I'm talking. My sound is clear. I've got a deep, resonant voice, as deep as my voice can go. But if I take the mic away one hand, just 10 centimeters, right, less, you can hear that this is what most people sound like when they're on these calls. You can sort of hear me, but I'm far away. If I put my hand one hand length away, that's all I'm doing, one hand length away, you can sort of hear what I'm saying, but I'm a long way away, like I'm up the street. This is what people sound like when they call in on headsets or on earbuds. This is what people sound like. Whereas if I talk right now, I'm talking at the same volume, but the mic is very close. We call this the proximity effect. I actually got this phrase from Billy Dees, who might call in later because he's just noticed my content. And I don't really want to be a smartass, but I'm just saying this is where my content's going to go now. I want everyone to sound good. I want everyone to be good. It's not a chat on a Saturday afternoon because there's nothing on TV, right? I don't want that to be my shows. I want it to be authoritative. People say they love the show Diary of a CEO, right? This guy uses Shure SM7Bs. They're $400 each. Right? I mean, he wouldn't get those guests and have that authority on that show wouldn't be so popular if he was just using a dinky Chinese microphone. That's a fact. What do you think, Bez? I'm going out of school here. Are you a fan of Diary of a CEO? I got you there, Bez. Put you on the spot. What do you think, Mike? Are you a fan of that show? Have you heard of it? Diary of a CEO?
I saw it, but I don't think I've had a chance to listen to it. But you've driven the point well home, Mr. Keller. I bow to mic quality, and it's fair. It really is. I'm still wondering. I'm still going to struggle with whether I go ear in, over ear, or what. But I'm definitely going to get
because you've got the unique problem. You've got the unique problem of the ear sauna, haven't you?
Yeah. the other thing.
Let's take it.
But I wanted
to
touch, and I don't know your feeling on this because you said you don't like to do it, but I do a lot of walking and thinking at the same time, and I wouldn't mind talking on a cast while I do that. So that's I'm gonna need a mobile kit too, I think.
I was going to actually ask you specifically about this. Great minds think alike. I was actually going to suggest that if you call in on a mobile to a show and you get a call, you drop out. That really pisses me off.
Yep.
Like that really pisses me off when that happens because you've called into my show and you're talking and you get a call and you drop out. Right? This happens to me all the time. But if you are running the show, it's your show. You're on a mobile and you're walking and that's your show. the walk and talk style, and I've got friends that will have this discussion because I've got friends that do this. The walk and talk style. Sorry about the leaves rustling. I'm walking in the park, but I got something really cool to say today, and bear with me because the sound of the rustling doesn't bother me. You might get a very good audience for that. And I think that would be very authentic for you. What do you think? Let's run this. You, Bez, if you're there to speak, our friend Jennifer does this specifically, a walk and talk type show, doesn't she?
Yeah, she does. I think she has a week in the year where she encourages other women to walk with her. And so she's I think I don't know, she records it and then she puts it up as a podcast, or I can't remember, but it's a week where it's like a walk with me. But yeah, it's pretty cool. You can hear the the outdoors, but that's
No,
the vibe,
that is the
right? That's the
style.
whole purpose.
Let's have this discussion because this is a style. It's not my style. I don't personally like this style, but I'm not talking about me.
Well, hold on, Keith. Technical question from the peanut gallery. Do they make a dynamic mic that you could walk with? Like,
Jeez, that's a good question. Chris, do you know what the wireless Go is? Is it a dynamic or a condenser? I'll Google this because my Chris has ordered some very, very cool pieces of kit called the Wireless Go 2. Actually, Wireless Go 2, but it's really the Wireless Go 2, Part 2.
Yeah. So first of all, I think my mother is listening at home. So first of all, shout out to my mom, dad, and brother if any of them are listening. Hope you guys are doing well. Yeah, but I just picked these up. They're not too expensive. They're about same price as earpods. And I'm not sure whether or not they are condenser or whatnot, but I did watch the reviews in the videos. You're more the audio guy. I'm more the concept guy, Keith. But the
Oh,
way these
Google it
work,
now.
yeah, the way these work is because the Rode wasn't NTSB one wasn't working on the iPad. I can actually that little box comes out. There's a USB-C that comes out of the iPad into that little box, and then that little box will pair with both a camera and earbuds that go in my ear. So I can have one for me and one for a guest. So this way, if I wanted to have a guest here in my place, I can have somebody here in my own studio, and we wouldn't have an echo, or I could just be on the move in my car. I could be on the beach. I could be at work in the field. If I need to hop on for a half hour in a podcast, it doesn't matter where I am. I could throw these on and I could be on your show and sound just like you, sound like a pro.
This is a very good solution. Like, this is why they were invented, Mike. They're called the Wireless Go 2 because you're on the go. Now,
what about the mic though? Are the earbuds acting as a mic too, or
no. The mic is I've sent this to you. It's about the same size as a matchbox, and it goes on your singlet or your t-shirt. It's actually very similar to a square box if you actually pay for square, if that they have that there. So it's about half the size of a mobile phone. It's a square, and it sits on your lapel or on your belt buckle or on your t-shirt. You can hold it in your hand. It's the mic, and then it wirelessly connects to an app. Am I right there? Is that what your understanding is, Chris? It wirelessly connects to an app?
From what I looked at, there's like a little wire, just like somebody on the news on TV. So it goes into the one. I'm not sure, but I can see a little wire that clips to like a collar on a V-neck in the video that I watched. And I read the reviews, did a couple of quick YouTube videos on it, and it was the only thing that was really going to fit the solution. So I'm giving it a shot for at least a week. Worst case scenario, it's Amazon. I'm sending it back. So I think it's worth it since I've turned, this podcast and my personal website. I've built an LLC around it, and I plan on selling merch as I get bigger and bigger over the next couple of months. So this is just me planting seed and giving it a little water and fertilizer right now for the future, because I know where the business is going.
Begin with the end in mind, right? Begin with the end in mind. So I'm a bit reluctant to sort of talk too techie in the sense that we don't need everything straight away. But if I really want to have this discussion, there's a couple of solutions we can do here, Mike. One is we can have a Rode wireless mic, which is about the same size as a phone, and you put it on your body. and it's free form. You just don't worry about it, and they're not very expensive relatively. And if you want to do a walk and talk show, then I think these are very, very cool. What we haven't talked about, but I do know quite a lot about, is that Zoom, the hardware company, not the software company, actually makes a series of handheld recorders that are extremely good. Maybe a bit more expensive, but they're purpose built for capturing sound in the field. Now, the other thing to do is just talk into your phone. But if you're I'm specifically spending a little bit of time here, Mike, because you're working in a field that is very professional. You're not an amateur. I don't want you to create things that sound amateurish, right? So that's why I'm pushing you a bit.
No worries. The cost is a little more than I'm prepared to spend at the moment. Like
how much is the cost?
The Rode for a Go Gen 3 is $300.
Okay.
And that's not the mic.
That's quite a lot. So
I just got them for $220, so I don't know where you're looking. Off of Amazon, $220.
Okay.
Wow. It's very important. It's a cost.
But then after you buy them off Amazon, boycott Amazon.
And then you have the lavalier. So to Keith's point, there's the Interview Pro. These are all from Rode that I'm looking on the website. So there's the lavalier is the thing that you put on your lapel.
Lapel, yeah.
And then they have something called the Interview Pro. Doesn't say whether it is dynamic or I'll read up on it. But anyway, yeah, I mean, again, if you're going to get serious about this, then you're going to have to spend serious money or a little serious money. But.
So what I'm doing, there's a couple. I want to pick up on this side project. So Rode, Australian company. Of course, I'm going to be a bit biased. These are professional quality mics that go on your shirt. Right? They sound great, but they cost money. Right? And then they have to hook up to an app. Right? Zoom. I have a lot of Zoom products. Zoom, the hardware company, make a handheld device that you can hold in your hand while you're walking, and they're purpose built for being on the road, on the track, in the open. The H4N and this one, which a friend of mine does have, a little small one, these are very good, and they're not much money. The advantage is that they record. They're like a dictaphone in a way. You can't stream it, though. I don't think it streams. So you'd be recording. So this is the sort of thing. Let's have this discussion, Mike. If you were recording a show on the road, in the field, on a walk, would you be streaming it or would you be recording it and uploading it later?
Well, like you, I like the live thing, to be frank with you.
Yeah.
And
there's a whole heap of apps that do this. And I think my gut feeling is if you're walking, I would think most people that enjoy listening to a show while you're walking will put up with the walking noise and may even find that quite enjoyable. Hey, guess what? I came across a kookaburra. Hang on, hold this thought. I can't do a kookaburra, but there's a kookaburra. You can't see this, but I'm just going to wait for it to call. It's got a very specific call. The kookaburra, there it is. I'm on the track. I saw a kookaburra. Hey, can you believe that? And hold that thought. I'll keep walking.
Yeah, no, that wouldn't be the nature of the show. Would be deep thoughts with Mike, but it's not so much what I'm seeing as when I walk in nature. It just allows me to think better.
Yeah. One of the things I can thoroughly recommend, because I've got one of these, I would thoroughly recommend this because I've got one. This gadget, the Q2N, is a miracle. And I can say that. I don't work for Zoom, but I've got one. And the reason it's a miracle is it does three things. One is it records video in 4K. It records video in 4K if you want to do video. This gadget, the size that fits in your hand, right? They're $285. Secondly, it has a webcam that you can use for your live streams that records in 1080p. Right? It's not 4K, but it's 1080p. Looks all right. I did my live streams in 2020 using this device. The third thing, and I've demonstrated this, and if I have time, I might plug it in, is that it has an audio-only feature, which sounds pretty decent. Right? And it's got two mics. It's got a mic on the back and a mic on the front. The mic on the front sounds better. The mic on the back is really for the guest if you had a like sitting at a table. Right? Now this does three things. It records video, it live streams as a webcam, and it has an audio-only mode. That might be a very reasonable cost given that it does three things, but it's still a cost. Let's have this discussion about the walk and talk idea. I don't do it, so I'm a bit biased. I wouldn't do it. That's not my thing at all. And I got to be honest, Mike, I wouldn't listen to it because it's just not my thing. But let's have a discussion about what other people think. Americo, have you listened to or considered doing a walk and talk type show?
Myself, I haven't given it any thought, other than perhaps, some short content. But to go live and to record a show walking, no, it doesn't fit with my persona. I've listened to shows where people are on the road or talking, and I think it all depends on the listener's appetite, the genre, the subject matter. Some subject matter, okay, you just shrug it off and you don't even think about it. While other subject matter, hey, you know what? This is almost therapeutic, listening to the birds in the background. So I can see it having a place. It just doesn't fit into my place.
And I think for Mike, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mike, this fits into your lifestyle with you talking. Right. I don't know if you've got an audience for this. I wouldn't listen to it, but you might. Do you think you've got an audience for it? Is it just a way to get your phrase, your thoughts out?
Well, there's going to be. I'm thinking of two audiences. So the first audience would be either cyber or job related. The second one would be more metaphysical. And so I think the people that are more metaphysical would probably be willing to listen to, well, if I have a good quality mic, and I think some of those mics have those little fuzzy things on the end, so it cuts down on the wind noise. I'm wondering, again, if they're dynamic, how much they would really hear of the outside noise.
Yeah, well, they call them a dead mouse because they look like a dead mouse, right? They'd cost like $50, $10. I mean, they're so good. They're like a windshield. I guess because I wear headphones, I'm always thinking about the audience. I know a lot of people walk around and they're talking really just for themselves. Hey, guys, guess what? I'm just going to the shops. And I had a thought. I don't know if there's anyone listening there, but I just had a thought, and I just thought I'd talk about this because I want to talk about it. I don't know if there's anyone listening, and even if you can hear me, but I thought I had to get it out. I'm sure that's not what you're thinking. You want people to listen to it, right?
Yeah. Speaking of which, how did I sound on the other night when I was on my phone with my my jaw or whatever they are?
Wow. Let's have this discussion. Mike, this is a very, very good segue, exactly what we're talking about. Mike has a Samsung S24 Ultra. Now, why this is important is because we've been debating whether Samsung has the voice focus feature, right? And they call it voice focus in Samsung. They call it voice focus. So you sounded great. But you can sound even better because the Samsung S21 has what's called voice focus.
Well, I can't, Keith, because the way I understand it, that only works with the speaker. If I put my earphones on, I don't have the capability, at least as far as I could figure out. and I'm a techie, so
Yeah, I think you're right. Anyway,
beautiful phone, takes beautiful pictures. The focus that I understand, unless someone in the audience can tell me I'm completely wrong, and I'll and you can show me how to do it. When you put the focus on, it's when you're on speaker, which kind of makes sense because that way you're kind of cutting out the noise on speaker. But I'm using Bluetooth. The other question I have is how many people use Bluetooth equipment, because I'm using Bluetooth headset on my
you are breaking all the rules, Mike. You are breaking all the rules. You know, how can you expect to sound any good? You're doing all the wrong things.
Well, I don't have Keith as my sound mentor, or didn't.
Yeah, I mean, and this is it. We don't know. We see these big ads on TV where a very, very famous person who sings at the Super Bowl says, "Guess what? I just bought this really cool phone. You can have it too. You'll sound as good as me, and you'll look as cool as me, and you'll get a gig at the Super Bowl too. Just buy one of these phones or buy one of these gadgets, and you'll be as famous and as happy as me." Right? This is corporate culture. This is
I didn't buy.
materialism.
I'm sorry, but I actually bought the Ultra for the phone camera specifically.
Well, camera, of course you would have. Like, I mean, no one actually even checks how good it sounds.
Yeah.
But you did sound quite good, and if you want to try again. It's actually sounded quite good. But I do want to have this chat about the idea of the walk and talk. Bez, do you want to pick up on this? Our friend Jennifer has a walk and talk show. You could just use your phone, Mike. You've got a phone.
Yeah.
I mean, just use your phone.
Yeah, I think what makes it, I believe she doesn't do anything special or treats it, because the whole point is to hear the background noise, the birds chirping, the leaves crunching under your feet, sort of like where your senses are starting to get activated, and then now you're with her, right? And she's talking and she's describing what she's seeing, and you're hearing it. It's almost like you're getting a little bit of not overload, but your senses are starting to get activated, right? And she's not only describing it, but you're hearing it in the background, those birds chirping, the whatever, the rustling, the wind, and all that. So it's pretty cool. I don't think she on purpose tries to filter out the background noise. I think she wants it to come in so you can hear everything, even that car passing by, if depending where she's at. So yeah, I think you have to figure out what you want to do, and sometimes you don't have to get any extra equipment. It's just
Mike has got a phone. What are you thinking there, Chris? Some thoughts on that?
I mean, I know that so many people hate Apple and so many people hate II, and in so many regards, so do I. But like, I can't not love the product. I've been accused of having shiny object syndrome. I definitely do when it comes to Apple products. They're just so seamless, intuitive. And I know that I'm going to get blasted by every tech person in the world about like, oh my God, he's an Apple conformist, yada, yada, yada. But it's just ease of use. It integrates seamlessly with everything. And I found different ways on it now to get around the huge conglomerates. Like, I don't have to use Google for everything. I don't have to use Meta for everything. You could still use an iPhone and go like, kind of off grid digitally a little bit if you need be, in VPN and hide and protect yourself. And the way I look at it is, everything I have, my watch, my phone, and my iPad, they're all on a subscription renewal service. So every 2 to 3 years, I'm getting the best of the best new tech on a subscription plan. And it's the one subscription that I will actually accept is an upgrade in tech. Because what do? They always leave one piece of it broken just to piss you off. And they're like, oh, hey, here's an amazing feature, but it doesn't fully quite work till the next one. We get that they do it. We don't know why we let them do it, but whatever. They're the one company that I ever let get away with it. But I love it. It for my mobile life, I need it. I need an iPhone and an
Yeah.
iPad.
Let's have a chat about this. I don't know exactly what's going on, but I do know that there's a global movement to boycott Amazon and e-commerce for a week. Let's pick up on what that actually means. But second of all, in that context, what can we do for free? The magical word. What? What can we do for free so that we don't have to buy Amazon products? First things first, tell me what this Amazon thing is. It's a sort of a US thing, or is it a boycott of the world, or has anyone got any ideas what that actually means?
Yeah, I do. So it's a big U.S. thing, right? It has to do with what's going on with our current administration and everybody seeing him, Mr. Trump and Mr. Musk, and several other, or I guess it's 7 total companies and 24 overall billionaires that are essentially controlling more wealth and technology than every other country on earth combined. So we're basically, there's a lot of people waking up to that and just going, we're not going to buy their crap for a week to show them who's boss.
Yeah, okay. So let's do that. Let's all be that those really strong advocates for that process. What can we do for free? Let's say Mike wants to do a show. You can just use your phone. What can we do for free with what we've got sitting on our table? What do you want to start, Bez, or what can you do with what you've got there? Don't buy a single new thing for 2 weeks. What can you do right now to make you sound better?
Well, I've got everything I need, so I don't need to buy anything for the foreseeable future. But you could with your phone and just I mean, you don't even need wired headphones if you go into your closet, right? So you can have any phone, go into a closet that has a bunch of towels, has carpet in there, and all of a sudden you've got studio quality. You can't get that type of treated room, because typically people say, oh, I'm going to put some little acoustic panels in my office. There's a difference between that and a fully soundproof studio, right? Like a professional grade. I mean, it just and even in there they have a booth within within the studio, right?
Yeah.
Keith?
Yeah.
Am I correct? So yeah, I think with you can start with whatever you have wherever you are, and you don't even need anything, just your phone, or worst case scenario, um let me see. Let's say you don't have a phone, but you have a tape recorder. I guess you could get started that way, and then get your friend to, hey, let me record my tape recorder audio, and let's see where that goes. Or you can take your tape recording audio and record it on
Yeah,
your
look,
computer.
it's
Find
2025.
a way with,
A lot of us, especially, I use Christmas and as an excuse to buy a bit of tech because I want to. But let's start where we are. It's March 2025. Let's see what we've got in the room we're sitting in. What can we use? Mike, what can you use without spending a single dollar to make yourself sound better and get the word out about what you do?
Well, one thing I did already, Mr. Keller, is because of your wonderful advice on finding a quiet room, I am actually in a completely separate room with the door closed. And so I think part of me sounding better is
There's
the
no
fact that I moved. Yeah, there's no distractions. Also, for me, to be frank with you, I'm not affected. I think I told you I have that superpower to turn things sound off because I had to work with a bunch of chatty women, or I should say chatty persons. So that wasn't as much of an issue as obviously it was distracting for you and to Chris and everyone else's point, the audience. So, but to be frank with you, if I were going to try to really make a go of this, I would probably find a room in the house, and it may not be a full-on studio type of thing, because the other thing is if you're going to go on camera, you need something that acts as a background. So you're probably going to if you're going to be serious, I'm not saying you'd necessarily have sound deadening, but like I'm in my wife's wonderful office, and I could probably use this on camera as well. I'd probably actually though want a screen. A lot of people are putting these kind of Japanese style screens up or whatever, as a background. You can use the built-in ones, but then they have the issue around your head or whatever. If you're going to wear headsets. So
yeah, I think it's very, very important. Let's pick up on the idea. Let's. I don't mind playing this game. I don't fully understand what's going on there, but I'm happy to play with you. There's a sort of a global boycott of billionaires. I get that. They've got plenty of money. They don't need my money. So let's assume that the world will embrace this idea and they won't buy anything from Amazon, etc., from March 7th to 14th. It's not my idea. I'm just sort of echoing other people's thoughts. Let's pick up on what can we do for free. What do you think, America? What can we do for free right now that makes us sound better with what we've got in the house?
Well, I'm going to bring some storytelling into it. I think it was back in 2017 or maybe 2019. One of the 2 years I got stuck in a hurricane. And I was advised by the hotel staff to lock myself up in the bathroom and put the mattress over in the tub and put the mattress over me to protect myself. So if we were to use our life-saving life lesson and apply that as a free method of sounding better, I'm sure the acoustics in the bathroom itself would not be the best, but if you bring the mattresses into the bathroom to absorb that sound echo, it might sound better. And it costs you nothing. And it's comical, to say the least.
So wait a minute. You're saying climb into the bathtub and pull a mattress over you? Because you would have echo in the tub, wouldn't you?
Well, I don't know. I'm just going on the advice I was given to save myself from.
Oh no, I'm not saying from a hurricane.
Right?
I don't know if they were worried about the acoustics.
Look, there's two things I want to pick up on here. Two things. Chris, do you have your Rode NT USB, or are you saying you just cannot get that to work with an iPhone or an iPad? Just will not work with an iPad?
It will work with the iPhone, ironically, not with the iPad. But I mean, considering what am I going to do with it working with an iPhone? Like I'm using that only when I'm in the car. Otherwise, I want to use the iPad because what else do I have an iPad for? So I don't know. In terms of what we could do to go free, though, Keith, we hit 50,000 viewers on accident testing out what we thought was junk software. And my Lord, how amazing was that? And if you scroll back in the comments, somebody joined in. I hopped on Twitch for the first time ever, just trying to test it out. One of my viewers, I didn't even think I had any, joined there. And he said there's another one called streamboo.com. I don't know what that is, but I guess we'll have to take a look and investigate that. It says a lot of cheap viewers.
Yeah.
So these are these things that we gotta find these people who have these networks, because you got to think the rest of the world that isn't relying on American technology, they've got to have huge networks already established. We just got to find out where they are and tap into them.
Let's pick up on this exact point. This is a comment that's come from Twitch. You can see there's a slightly different symbol there from Foreign Respect. And this person has said that streamboo.com actually is a pretty cool option. I'm going to go and have a look at this. While I'm doing that, I just want to riff on why I asked about the NT1. A friend of mine who is a voiceover artist makes her living from voicing over, doing voiceovers. She has this NT1 for when she's on the road. She has an NT1 properly, a very professional one. They're about $500 each. But this one, which plugs into a USB, it's a sort of a portable version. She says that when she's in a hotel room, she puts a sheet over her head, a sheet from the bed, over her head. And she did an audition. This is a true story. She was on the road. She did an audition for a sort of an animated TV show or something. And she said, look, I'm here. I've got to do the audition today. I just got to find something in this room to work with. She had the NT1 in a bag, plugged it into a laptop, put a sheet over her head to block the sound of the noise and the construction and all of the other things. Sounded brilliant, got the job. So, mate, you've got the right product. I'm quite disappointed it doesn't work with the iPad. I think Rode needs to know that, and we might need to contact them about that. I've got some friends there. I'm going to ask them. Can't get it to work with an iPad. Is it the M4?
Yeah, it works with last year's the whatever I guess the iPad Pro that was the 12.8 inch, not the full whatever this one is. I don't know. I'm not that big of a tech spec guy, but I know that this one for some reason with the AI built in, it is just not working. The older models it works fine on. This one,
That's why, and that's why you bought that's why you've actually upscaled your tech to get the Rode Wireless Go. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, but you don't want to just buy tech because the other tech doesn't work.
Is
But,
the NT1 dynamic, Keith?
No. That's a very good question. Actually, let's play that out a little bit. There's quite a difference between the dynamic and the condenser. Let me play this out. So the NT1, which is the most famous mic for voiceovers, the most famous one. The Pro version of this is about $400 Australian, but you need a mixer and you have to have a sound room, and it's quite complex. But if you get it working, it'll sound unbelievable. But it's a condenser mic, which means if there's background noise, you will hear it. And as Bez once said, you can hear a pin drop in your neighbour's house. That's how sensitive they are. So what Rode did very cleverly is they have what's called a pod mic. These are $285. I'm not even sure I would upgrade to this, but this USB pod mic plugs straight into your laptop. It's a dynamic mic. Very good, like top of the range, but $285. Come on. I mean, that's a lot of money. It's a lot of money for me. It's a lot of money for most people. So the NT1 is very famous, and I'm going to ask some people at Rode today why we can't get it to work on an iPad, because they need to know that, and I need to know why it doesn't work, because I'm recommending it because a lot of people I know have it. A lot of people. These are about $150.
Keith, as an Aussie, you have to represent. Come on.
That's right.
So
of course.
they have to represent. You're saying, look, guys, you're embarrassing me. I have a client over in the U.S. that he's going to throw your gear out if you don't fix it.
Yeah, they need to know it. But so that's the first thing. Rode does make some products. They make a pod mic, which is dynamic. They make a NT1, which is condenser. This is about at least half the price, maybe even less. Very, very good mic, but extremely noisy if you haven't got a treated room. Let me really just drill here a bit why you would do the both. The reason I love a dynamic mic for me personally is I live in a noisy environment. I don't have carpet on the walls in a lovely padded room, which has another connotation in itself. I don't live in a padded room. Right? So the dynamic mic allows me to sound reasonably good in spite of the noise. And I think that's worth the $100 that I spent. What a condenser does is a condenser sounds brilliant and lively and earthy, and you'll hear the difference if you can find one. They sound like you're talking to someone in the lounge room. Like you get a very warm human sound. The dynamic mics are a little bit sort of radio-like, deep and bassy, and a little bit like you're listening to an FM radio station. You don't feel like you're sitting there. People don't use dynamic microphones for voiceovers. They use them for the. And now the Super Bowl is on, and we've got whoever's playing someone else, and someone's going to win. They have that big voice. That big voice is a dynamic microphone voice. It's that voice, the radio voice. The condenser mic has its place, but you've got to be prepared to spend a bit of money to get a room that's padded so that it doesn't escape through the window or the wall, or the guy mowing the lawn next door spoils your flow. So they both have their place. And but I do love this idea of trying to get us in the next couple of weeks to buy stuff for free. And I'm definitely going to contact Rode now that I've got that story. Can't get the NT1 to work on my iPad. That is that's criminal. I mean, you really should send it back. That's just false advertising, isn't it?
Well, I'm not going to send it back. What I'm going to do is I'm waiting for the new Razor blade that's coming out, and I'm going to hook it up to that thing because my Razor is getting 3-4 years old now. This is what I'll turn into an archive computer, something I'll bring around on the road that I'll have on, a solid computer on the road at work with me now. And then once I get the new one, that'll be my backup, and I'm going to use probably just purchase that with the business. So this way, it'll just be a tax write-off, something I can use for the show, and something I can even put into a business loan as I'm growing the brand.
Works fine with your laptop. We've been going about 2 hours. I just want to pick up on a couple of things that are happening this week. Tomorrow, I'm going to really drill deep into this feeling of what I call the camera off environment. I'm going to pioneer this. This is the way my show will look from now on. I personally will never go on camera on my show. I might, though, have a halftime show where I introduce a singer or a poet or some sort of funny person, and they may go on show as a halftime interlude. I'm experimenting with doing that just for a bit of fun. So we are indeed doing a big show tomorrow called Restream for Beginners. If you want to know more about that, you can go to Where Is Keith Today, because I've got 3 shows a week all the way through to the end of April, notwithstanding public holidays, which are quite possibly different to what you'd have there. Next Monday is Labor Day, so we're not doing a show. But I want to pick up on Mike's comment about Discord and Go Brunch. What do you think about the possibilities here of Discord, Mike? I mean, I love Discord, and I indeed have a show this week on it. It has some limitations, but it has quite a lot of very good features, doesn't it?
Yeah. Like I said, I've grown. I've built multiple communities. The largest one was 10,000 members. That was using tiny machines, and it was a forum. The sense of permanence, and this was pre-COVID. So it was the community was worldwide. In fact, we had one of my staff or peer moderators was from down under. I don't remember where, but and I did that for 8 years. So that was where the only challenge is
We've lost you.
time. We needed some support from the people that had it was based on a book, and so we were looking. I redid the look and feel, and to some degree the format of the forum specifically for the movie that was made for it. And that was Sam Worthington, and I'm trying to remember who else. The black woman starts with an O. I'm forgetting her name. Anyway, we had kind of built it up specifically for the movie, but it's very the difference between that. So it's text based, and Go Brunch is obviously Go Brunch is visual. Now Go Brunch has a built-in AI background builder, and I don't even know if you know this, Keith, but there are people that are going well beyond what Richard has built, and the suffice to say, they're in essence looking at the CSS and HTML code, and basically adding capabilities that even the current Go Brunch software doesn't have. So it's very extensible. And one of the things that it appears that you can do, Keith, is actually, and I'm looking into this, bridge Go Brunch with Discord.
I haven't seen that yet, but it's very cool. If you can do that, it's very, very
So
cool.
much like, and that was actually my question, is I was actually wondering how you were doing it with Restream. And there's a Restream bot, and I just have to figure out how to make it work.
Yeah, let's pick up on that. Let's pick up on exactly that point.
Yep.
Restream has a Discord community. It's got about 20,000 people in it. People that use Restream and also use Discord. They're both very good products. So if you're on Restream and you're on Discord, you can join the Restream community on Discord, and you can actually chat to people who are using it and saying, "Hey, did you try this new feature, this new camera off feature? Isn't it good? Let's have a look at that. Do you want to come on my show and we'll talk about it?" So as a result of being on Discord and in the Restream community, I found a way to actually create a green room in Discord, in effect, a room on Discord where we can chat separate to the LinkedIn process. Because one of the things that's very, very important and a bit disappointing, not all, and I apologize for this if you're not getting your comments through, not all comments on LinkedIn get through to me. For some reason, there's just such a huge time lag that I don't get them. And that does piss me off. I mean, it really pisses me off. So what I've done is I've created a purpose-built green room on Discord for my Discord members, and you can find that at Virtually Unlimited Audio. If you like Discord as much as I like it, join the community. We do shows. I've got a show this week. We do shows regularly. We chat. It's a different level because we're all a little bit techie, and we're up a notch on the rest, I guess, because we're into it. And I just found a way to do that. I did it via the Restream Discord community. If you don't have a Discord account, it won't join, of course. That might make sense. But it's pretty good, isn't it? I mean, you've been commenting there, haven't you, Mike? There you are now.
Yeah, it's actually a lot of fun. But again, what this brings is permanence. And what I would like to know, I have a surprise question for you. Do you think Restream has any interest in being able to broadcast the Go Brunch?
No, but the reverse might be the case.
I'm going to ask Richard to see if he has, because again, one of the things that I'm a little disappointed in, yes, it's extensible, but that would be extremely cool.
Yeah.
And I think Go Brunch, I think you were part of that. Weren't they trying to restream a Go Brunch show? Or
they've worked out how to do it. It's extremely difficult to do. Like, it's beyond my pay grade. But it is possible. One thing that I do know with Go Brunch, gobrunch.com, if you've never heard of this site, it's very cool. I'm doing a show about it soon. Gobrunch.com is thinking seriously about offering itself as a live streaming site. And rather than relying on Restream to stream their show to wherever, they may do that themselves. But so they may bypass Restream. You can already do it right now. But they may bypass Restream because, as I said, it's extremely difficult to do, like well beyond my capabilities. And I know that. I know my limits. And, I just can't do it. Can't get my head around it. And I just don't think it looks very good. I would prefer to Go Brunch when I'm in Go Brunch, and that to be the point. I just don't think it looks very good when you stream Go Brunch to LinkedIn. I just don't like the look. And that's just my personal opinion. And Richard and I have had various discussions on the fact that the chat feature is very undeveloped there, and that does really annoy me. So
he's promising to fix that in soon, but I don't think he'll be able to bridge the gap into what I'm thinking, which is this whole forum concept with the initial release.
No, they're a long way away, but it is a good site, and I am doing a show about it soon. I apologize that we jump around a lot with tech, but I have a question. Please jump in, Bez. What are you thinking?
Yeah. I want to jump in before we get off this topic. So you were talking about Discord, bringing it into Go Brunch. So I'm trying to wrap my head around it because I like the idea initially, but you know, I've been opening up a daily room Monday through Friday since January the 20th, and the chat I've let it be saved so people can go back, because people drop a lot of information in their LinkedIn profiles, some posts they've done, leads they've seen, job, like all sorts of career related stuff. And the community is getting very connected to get to know each other and whatnot. If as rudimentary as the chat is in Go Brunch, from a community aspect, it's working, right? It's not sexy, has no frills, but it works. And how I'm trying to figure out, because I love Discord, but if I bring Discord in, tell me what the experience is. Do I have to have a Discord account? I mean, what is it, if I bring it into my community?
Well, Bez, because we're so
Hold
bleeding
on,
edge.
one second. Basically, think of Discord. This is kind of like a combination of like a Blue Sky and a Twitter and Clubhouse. There's going to
I
be a
know
whole
what
lot.
Discord is. I have a
Yeah,
Discord
all right.
account. Yeah.
Okay.
But
Well,
what I'm trying to do is, okay, if I bring it in, so I got a vibe going on. Okay, so I've got that Monday through Friday room. The chat's not the best, but it's working. If I introduce Discord, what changes on the user experience? Is it so fundamentally a lot better than what Go Brunch offers? And because I know I'm very familiar with Discord, but or do they have to go get a Discord account to make it work? Or walk me through it, whoever knows how to integrate it into GoBranch, because I'm interested. I'm just trying to figure out from a user experience, what is the user
well,
yeah.
I think the way to look at it is, it depends really what you're wanting to go for, right? If you're looking for the more community-based workshops, experiences where you can go in, Go Brunch is amazing for that, right? Like let's not take away from what it's amazing for. That community space, it's awesome for. You can create your own little, essential worlds where you can go around with Easter eggs and create it to make it look at exactly like you want. But things like that aren't going to, at least in its current iteration, isn't scalable yet to reach a global audience on something like all the live socials that we have right now. Discord has, millions upon millions of users that are already in there, established communities, channels. So when you plug and play in there and you add that as a stream channel, and you've got somebody you can link up with who's got an established following base, all of a sudden you're hitting thousands of people every time you're connecting it. So it really depends. Are you trying to reach a wide audience to bring back to your Go Brunch? Like that should be your goal, is to like use these larger platforms, these shows now that we're on, to go reach a huge audience. So people want to seek you out and find you. Then you bring them back to Go Brunch, where you can bring them in, collaborate with them, work on them a little more one-on-one. And Go Brunch definitely is growing and it's got potential, but it's just not where Restream and some of these other apps are yet.
And
No, and
Chris,
I love it. I love how you explain it. That would be attractive if I could bring in the Discord audience into Go Brunch. I need to figure this out, because from a community aspect, I just don't want any Tom, Dick, and Harry in there. I mean, I want to grow it, but I need to figure out, is there an intermediary step that maybe I have a different room for them, and then those that are, fit the vibe of the community? Because you know how it is sometimes on Discord. You got these, you just never know. It's almost like Twitter, right? So
well,
yeah. So
a
trying
couple
to
things,
protect the
Bez.
community a little bit. Yeah.
Bez, I completely understand what you're saying. The first thing I would say is I would do this on a private, or protected. I wouldn't hand out the link of this Discord. And by the way, I'm actually spinning up a completely separate Discord for this whole job seeker idea. So, but the Discord connection, it's so bleeding edge new that I don't know the exact answer. In other words, I know you can, very similar to what Keith did, I know you can essence talk to, I don't think it's the chat though. I think what it's representing in an iframe in Go Brunch. So the audience on Discord can chat and be seen. And what I don't know is what do you need, to your point? Do you need to have a Discord ID in order to chat in that iframe? I don't know the answer to that. I'm going to be working on this very quickly. I don't have it yet. Ollie and I actually discovered this together. So it's actually something called, I think, widgetbot.io, if you want to investigate it and get a lead on me if you want.
Sure, just keep me updated. Widget.io. I'll
yeah, I'll
just. What's the advantage of using Discord and Go Brunch in parallel? I'm not sure I can join the dots there.
Okay, first of all, you don't have the. I'm thinking this is where I'm saying I'm going to bridge the gap for, and I think Bez was being a little charitable on the chat feature. And one of the things, Bez, is I need to organize the chat data. So this is what I'm calling about text permanence. So I want to have a channel for each subject matter, big subject matter in the job seekers, including maybe one that just has, for you guys, for you specifically, a list of all the coaches and their specialties. Anyway, that's beside the point.
No, and I get it because we develop a Slack channel. It's not very active, but it would be cool if we could bring the Slack channel into.
That's
I see it. Okay, got it. Yeah.
So it's that whole.
I see where you're coming. Yeah.
It's the same thing as Slack. Slack's forum. I say forum, but it's really about text permanence and organization. So I understand what you're saying, and you're using it and as the kind of the best that we have, and that you're saving the chat. But for me to go from an end user perspective now, I'm going to flip the script a little bit. If I have to scroll through all of that chat, and what I've been doing actually is just cutting and pasting that chat into my OneNote. But anyway, because you can't download the chat either. And Richard knows that, and it's a feature that anyone that has a chat function should be able to do.
Let me just we're talking about two things that people on this call may not use. We're talking about gobrunch.com and discord.com. Now, many people in this call may not use either, or if not, they probably don't use both. But it's a very good time because tomorrow I'm doing a whole show about Restream. On Wednesday, I am doing a show in my Discord community. I do have a Discord community. So if you want to know what the fuss is about, we do have a Discord community, virtuallyunlimitedaudio.com. It has amazing features that are not available here and or on Go Brunch. Definitely worth doing. 260 people in that community get together regularly once a month now. And a very, very, very cool community we have there. I want to just give a shout out to Thomas, who I've just connected with. If you want to talk, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. We've been going about 2 hours, so we can regroup and pick it up for what you need. But what I might do is I might just give everyone a chance to regroup. And I'll play a little bit of music just because we have been going a while, and I want to just maybe bring it to an end in 30 minutes. We'll do a bit of a wrap up. I want to give Thomas a chance to come into the call and anyone else on the call as well. Just give me a couple of minutes. I'll just do a little bit of this. There we are. Part 2. We've been going 2.5 hours. We've had such a great time. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to wrap up the sound check idea and then talk a little bit about what the show is tomorrow. We're going to really pull apart the Restream features. The most famous or exciting feature now is this new camera-only feature, which I love. I just love it. And I want you to come and have a look at it. We're going to talk at great length about how to use Restream to stream. I do indeed have a show on Wednesday, Tuesday in the US on Discord. We have a very lovely community there. And we're going to chat about all things AI and also this big story we're talking about, which is the multi-streaming. This idea of multi-streaming to many places at once, saving us lots and lots and lots of time. So if you do have any questions, we're just going to wrap up now, but please ask any questions and you can find out more about the shows I've just talked about here. But let's do a wrap up. 2.5 hours in, we're really rocking. Chris, what do you think? Main points? What do you think of the main points you've taken away here, and what do you want to learn more about?
I guess the main points of what we've taken away from today is, you know, when you come to the stage, you know, make sure you've really got something to say. You've got a strong message. You've got some credibility, or you got some solid questions to bring to the audience. You know, it's not to beat a dead horse, but like we're really trying to take this this show to a different level this year. Keith, I, and a few others have a plan, and you know, up your game. Take notes every time you're here. You know, if you can't afford it, it's not a big deal. Nobody's asking you to play along, but at least get to a level where we can hear you, where you're going to check into the show, you know, like a couple hours before. Make sure you've got your channels linked up, because we're doing this for the benefit of you who join the show. If you want to get yourself platformed, come up here, sound right, and then take notes on. We're going to do every week, if you haven't noticed, we do the same theme 3 days in a row, and we learn, and then we adapt those. We come back and we implement them so that we're cohesively together a better unit each time. So that should be the plan going forward. Like, let's keep bringing this show to the next level so that eventually we do get Reese Witherspoon to show up someday. And that's what I think we should be the big takeaway, first and foremost, out of everything else we've talked about today. And once we get there, once we get to that level, then we could really start influencing for what the changes in the world that we really want to make. We could start talking about protesting against Amazon and all that other stuff to get, you know, hey, a little F you to the billionaires. Like we just want to enjoy our lives and have some fun. So just let us enjoy it. So that's the goal here, guys. Let's have some fun while we're doing it, but let's have a mission in mind and let's come prepared every time.
I love this. I do apologize for being a little bit of a sound snob, but I got to be honest. I want this show to sound good. I want famous people to come on this show, and I know this for sure because I've asked them. You know, I want them to feel comfortable that this show will be at a level, and that someone from the next door is just not coming in between mowing the lawn and watching the cricket. And there's nothing on TV, so let's just come on Keith's show. I do know this for sure because a few people have come on my show to say, mate, there's nothing on TV. I thought I'd just turn up. There's nothing else to do. Well, you're not welcome. You know, if you've got nothing to add, I don't want you in the show. I want you to be here. I want you to be present. I want you to be caring, giving, sharing. I don't just want you to listen to this show because there's nothing else to do. I'm not a nothing else to do type of guy, right? So I think Chris has got some valid points. What do you think, Mike? What are the main points you've taken away? Do you honor the fact that we're trying to create something magical here? Is that something that resonates?
Yes, and I get the focus. Initially, to be frank with you, I was a little not put off, but I completely understand the goal of having good quality sound. So that's probably my main takeaway. I will talk to you offline about some other things.
Oh, that's very cool. That's very cool. That's a great segue. And Bez, what do you think? Do you think we're on the money here with trying to up the game here? I don't just want to be a filler for someone who's got nothing to do. I want this to be a destination show. I just made that up. I just made that word up. I want this to be a destination show. I want people to go, mate, Keith's online. I want to go to that. He does good shows. I love his shows. I want to go. Yeah, do you get me?
Yeah, I get it. So you brought me in on the conversation where, you know, we were talking about start where you're at. And I'm looking at a comment from Thomas Trang who says, I'm not yet ready for public speaking due to my strong accent. Thank you for your offer. So my question to Thomas, when I think of start where you're at, start with the equipment you have. You can put a sheet over your head. You can go into the closet. You can do so many things that doesn't cost anything or with what you have. But back to start where you're at, my question to Thomas is strong accent according to who? And I'll give you an example. I grew up in the South as a Latino boy. And during my life in the South, I tried on purpose to not get a Southern accent. So I would rely heavily on my Latino accent, right? To get me not swayed back into the Southern accent. Well, somebody came up to me and says, "You talk funny." So I guess I talked funny to somebody. So I think, Thomas, you know, that you're going to resonate with somebody. In fact, someone's waiting for you to talk, right? You have a skill, you have a thought, you have, maybe you've done it for a long time and you're very good at what you do. And so, you know, here Chris is saying that he's your friend. You revolutionized a lot in Internet of Things and facility management. You know, that's pretty serious stuff. That's a serious subject. And I bet you have some thoughts around that. And I bet that there's people that would understand you well, and there's people that won't. So you're for somebody. You may not be for everybody, but start where you're at, because someone's waiting right now for you to open your mouth. They just don't know where you're at because you haven't, distributed your voice. So I guess back to you, Keith, is, I came in on the conversation of, where do we start? And we're talking about, starting with zero money, a little bit of money, $20, no dollars. So to Thomas, I'm going to segue at, hey, you may be just fine where you're at. Just start, because from today till a year from now, I'll guarantee you'll sound different, better, but you got to start somewhere. Back to you, Keith.
No, I love this. I love this idea of starting somewhere. I mean, my wife is playing guitar. I'll give you a very good example here on this context. My wife is very, very, very good at guitar, but she doesn't sound as good as Slash, who's been playing like for 118 years. And she compares herself to these famous people that have been playing since I was 6. But by comparison to how she sounded when she first started 2 years ago, she has gone way beyond. And I would love her to record once a year. Okay, January 2024, here's what I sound like today. Let's compare that to 1 year from now. I do this all the time because I want to know that in January 2025, I sounded better than in January 2024. And in January 2026, I will be better than I was in January 2025. So you got to begin. I get that. You're very welcome to join, but I'm not going to put any pressure on you today, Thomas. We do 3 shows a week now. I'm very, very happy to have you. So if you want to come on the show, you're always welcome. And when you're ready, you just put your hand up, and I'm very happy to give you the mic, because we got to look out for each other. And with that in mind, the looking out for each other can come across a little bit like tough love, because I've got mates of mine that have these shows that are looking for you, that want to have guests, but you've got to do a little bit of the work. So please, Thomas, come up and have a look at this if you want. We're very happy to have you, but totally up to you. I get it. We're all a little bit shy in our field, but I'm sure you've got some wonderful things to share. I love to read out loud. It's a fantastic way to sharpen my speaking skills. and truly connect with words I've crafted. Now, what you could do, Thomas, if you want to, just I'm guessing there's a bit of a Vietnamese thing going. If you could read out a banh mi recipe, I would listen to you all day. I love Vietnamese food, really love it. So if there's something you probably haven't thought of, that your heritage is very valuable to me because, you know, I've got a bit of a Buddhist leaning. I've been to Vietnam, probably been to the town you live in or were from or your parents are from. I love your food. I love your culture. And you've probably got lots and lots and lots to offer the world. But this is a safe space and it's up to you. I've sent you the link if you want to come in. We've got plenty of time. And I think the limit, there is no limit. I don't think there's a limit on Restream. So there's no limit at all. But don't push yourself. We have a Discord. Yeah.
Real quick, Thomas actually works at American University, and I collaborated with him on the IoT project. He put out a huge online resource about on a Google Drive, some of the most amazing work. I'm going to dive into it again this week. He just sent me a message while we're on the show. He's absolutely brilliant. We've never actually gotten to speak, voice to voice. So I'm thrilled to work with him this week, and I would love to hear his insights up on the show at some point. He's phenomenally smart.
Yeah. I think we sometimes beat ourselves up by comparison. My wife is the most amazing person that I personally know, but she can only think of the things she can't do. You know, she's got 3 degrees. She's got a full-time job. She's a financial planner. She can play guitar. She's an awesome cook, a wonderful wife. She grows her own veggies. We've traveled the world, but she can only remember the things she can't do because that's the way she was brought up, to be humble and maybe put yourself down. We all do this. So we're here as a safe place. If you feel more comfortable, we can indeed bring you into the Discord room, which is not recorded. This is one of the reasons I love Discord so much. We don't record that show. As a result, there's no record of it. But because there's no record of it, there's no recording. No one can listen back to it. No one can critique it. No one's there to criticize you, right? I love it. Let's have this discussion because there's a few people in the room that have used Discord. What do you think, Bez? The main difference between the Discord community and what we're doing here on Restream, it's chalk and cheese, isn't it? Polar opposites, really, isn't it?
Yeah, just a different audience. I think there's a certain type of audience and there's a certain type of people. I mean, I'd love to see more people on Discord, but I think it's easier for them to come in through LinkedIn into your Restream show because all they had to do is press a link. On Discord, I think the biggest hurdle for a lot of normies is just go through the UI for Discord isn't the most user friendly. I guess. So, but I think I like what I'm seeing with the Restream, StreamYard, and EVMux and offerings like this. That it makes it easier for you to. All you need is the link. You come in through the back end on the studio. You can have 10, 12 people, whatever, and you're live on the show. And it's sort of like an audio room, you know. Maybe it won't have tens of thousands, but I can hang out with 10, 12 and have a decent conversation. You know, it doesn't need to be 20.
Very, very, very good. One of the questions I do want to ask, and I'm very open to suggestions here, although I'm not sure I can fit it in. Do you want smaller snippets of these shows? And if you do, how long should they be? Now, this is a quintessential problem for me because editing videos takes a long time, and I'm not sure I've got the time, and I'm certainly not doing it if no one wants it. So, Bez, what do you think is the ideal time for videos of these shows, and would you watch them?
Well, yes, I think if you broke them up into chapters, and maybe say, okay, chapter 1, okay, we're gonna shut down, come back, right? Because so now you've got one segment, and then everybody on the stream, you say, okay, and I don't know how long it would take. Come back in 2 minutes. We're going to start chapter 2. You could do it that way if you're trying to segment and download less thick files, right? And so you don't have to do as much editing, right? Because if you go from start to finish and you stay on topic and you do it for X amount of time, and then you say, okay, we're done. We're going on to the next subject. You could, within one show, go multiple, but that might be a little bit tough for the user. You might lose them. But I would say anywhere from 1 to 3 hours. 1 hour shows, great. 2-3 hour shows, those are fine with me. Anything after 2 or 3 hours is just too much. Because here's what I'm doing. I'm replacing TV with this.
Yeah. We learn so much. I don't read anything anymore. I don't read anything. I mean, I just come to these shows. I learn so much. The world is a fascinating place. And I just don't take things in via reading. That's just my preference. But one thing that people are asking is, first of all, is there a recording and are there some highlights? Now, this is very important to me because I don't have an aversion to sharing the highlights, but I have aversion to doing the editing. And I want to know is it worth it? And if it is, what length do you want these edits to be? What do you think? Let's have this discussion. Chris, would you watch an edit, or have you done some research on what length these shows should be?
I mean, it depends. Like if you're only doing live, they say the sweet spot is somewhere between an hour and an hour and 15. But I'm not necessarily going for just the live. I'm thinking long term, right? So I'm gonna want to multi-purpose this. I'm gonna want to go back and have stuff that I could re-content purpose. I also know that there's talent scouts out there. So, I want to have a full version on my YouTube page who are going to go through and, I don't get to talk, very often when I'm being respectful of the host, so if I'm on a 3 hour show, maybe I get 15 minutes of airtime, I'll dig through and just be like, hey, like hopefully somebody picks up on the good parts and, I get signed in a couple of weeks. I'm talking to a few people already. So, I don't just think about my intention, my original intent purpose. I think of every possibility and then I go, okay, cool. And if I need something smaller, I could just edit it down or find somebody to do it for me eventually.
Find someone to do it. Okay, this
Yeah.
is an important point. Editing videos takes a long time. There's no way around that. There's no quick way to do it.
There may be.
You want to jump in on that, Mike?
Can AI help us?
There are some.
Number one. Number two, I don't know how many of you listen to like Lex Friedman or Dark Horse podcast or even Rogan. But the long form is key, and then some people, I think we talked about this before, Keith. Some people have ads or other people clip it for them. But one thing I was thinking on YouTube specifically is that you can put timestamps. So again, I know that's going to be a little, and again, I don't know if there's AI that could help you. If there is, that'd be great, because this conversation for the most part has had chapters, as Bez was talking about, or there's sort of clips, or not clips, but there's sections of conversation that we need to be able to jump to. And or cut into a different video altogether. But you could do that on YouTube just by doing timestamps.
Keith, you want to jump into something, because I think I'm getting in. I'm pretending I'm in your head and sort of think, okay, I think I know where you're going. Because Mike brings up some good things. There's tools out there. And there's different formats, like some of the long form ones. Like I'll give you an example, like Joe Rogan. I don't listen to him, but my son showed me a YouTube clip of it was like 20 or 30 minutes. Okay, so it just sort of got it. It didn't go into no highlight. It just went into like the meat of a good interview, right? and it was about this jazz musician from New Orleans, or that he was African American, that got the KKK to he became friends with them and got them to turn in their
I think we lost Bez. Did he fall off stage?
I think we did. I thought it might have been me.
Nah,
I,
he
I, lo-
definitely cut out.
I love what we're saying here. This is a very important point, and in a way, this is my resistance. I don't have the problem with sound, so to speak, but I have the problem with time. Now, I don't want to pay someone to edit my videos if no one's going to watch them. That's just a waste of money, except that I'm paying someone else and they benefit from that, which is a nice gesture. But I don't want to pay someone else to edit my videos if no one's going to watch them. And I certainly don't want to edit them myself. I just don't want to. I got to be honest. It's the last thing I want to personally do. Spend time editing videos. It's a very time consuming and very unenjoyable process. So I guess the question is, would you watch them? Some people are saying that videos should be 1 minute or less. What can you do in 1 minute? I mean, hello, my name is Keith, and this is Buy Me a Coffee Monday. Click here to. What can you do in 1 minute?
Keith,
Yeah.
the answer
1
is
minute is,
nine.
I think, a little ridiculous.
The answer, if you're asking your LinkedIn question, it's 90 seconds is the sweet spot. It's modeling YouTube Shorts. It's mirroring what's going on Instagram and Facebook and all that. But honestly, what's the real value in those videos is what I really want to ask people. You know, you scroll past 50 of them a day, and sure, somebody's going to click something at some point, and you're going to end up buying something on Etsy for 18 bucks you didn't want to buy. But is that really bringing value to anybody? I don't think so. I'm just going to argue no. I'm tired of short videos. I'm tired of meme culture. I'm tired of it all, and I think most of the world is getting tired of it. Or either that, or the forward-thinking people at least are. It's old. It's boring. It's been that way for 15 years, and we're all tired of it. It's boring. Let's do something new. And I think the way we're looking at it, let's build a better future and have something that's fun again.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you. If I did, and this is the reason I'm having this discussion, if I did edit my videos, I do the show anyway because I love doing the show, and that's my ROI. But it has occurred to me that if I do little videos, and to pick up on your EV Mux story, because we're actually trying this again next week. What EV Mux does that Restream doesn't do, this is a very, very key differentiator of this site called EV Mux, which we're trying next week. In the free version, it gives you a 7-minute snippet, the first 7 minutes. And what I'm using that for is to sort of slightly tidy it up and say, here's a bit of an intro as to what this show's about. If you want to know more, click the link below and listen to the full replay. Right? Last time we did that, 54,000 people watched it. Well, I got 54,000 impressions, which is not the same thing. But the point is there's a big number for very little effort. EV Mux gave me the 7-minute video as a compliment because that's what they do. I simply tidied it up a little bit, took me maybe 10 minutes. I posted it, 54,000 impressions later, I got this little bit of a dopamine hit. And that's sort of what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to find that sweet spot. I don't like video editing. I don't want to do it. But if people want to watch it, I will find a way. And I guess I'm trying to find the sweet spot to say, what is the sweet spot? Would you watch this? Should I pay someone to do it, or should I take the time? Because if I'm video editing, I'm not at the beach. I'm not doing the show. I'm not watching TV. I'm not out for dinner. I'm stuck in front of a computer editing, which is not my favorite thing. Yeah, it's not my favorite task. So I'm very interested in what the sweet spot is here. What do you think, Chris? I don't think a minute. I'm happy to do a minute. It's not hard to do, but I just can't see how you're going to get any value out of 1 minute, other than to talk about what.
if we're going to condense the show, like if we're talking that format, if you want to see like a highlight clip, I think you're talking somewhere between 5 and 10 minutes. You really want to hear the parts that pop, the conversations where we have our moments where, we have them at least twice a show where it's like, oh my God, we have a brilliant breakthrough moment. And it's like, that's where you can see the audience, the comments exploded. And that's the part you want to see that. And if you could just have that in a condensed version, that's what I eventually want to be putting up on my website. It's just like 5 minute condensed, hey, you want to learn something, you want to get really good in a month at something you didn't know how to do, just come to my website, watch my videos, and I'm never going to charge for that. I just want to be a free open source resource to get everybody up and running with AI and everything else coming down the future, because there's going to be too many people not knowing what to do.
Yeah, but what will happen here? This is very, very important. If you do that, someone's got to do that editing. It could be you, and if it isn't you, you've got to pay someone, which means that it's now costing you to make free content.
It always has, and look where it's got me.
Okay, now you're onto something. You're onto something. You might just put that down to an expense that's worth it because of the payoff.
Yeah, my mind is what got me where I am. And I'm not going to deny that. I gave free open source knowledge to the world, and the world platformed me, so I thank them for that.
It's not the free, and I'm not talking about being free. I'm talking about time.
Yeah,
like you work full time. Separatists
my
not sleeping and
16
missing out
hours
on.
a day. I work my butt off. Yeah.
So okay, that's one option. Mike, can you imagine editing your content down? Do you have the time? Do you have the will?
I'm I'm struggling because I think you're gonna have to break a sweat to build, and the question is, can you get it to a point where you can hire staff? Obviously, I don't think you don't want to do it. So, the Rogans and all these guys that have made it have people that are doing that work, right? So, I think it's chicken or the egg thing. Are you scaling and running ragged until you get there, and then you can afford to do that? And then, like I said, I think I'm wondering if there isn't the ability to do some of this through AI.
There is the programs that I've tried that use AI are very randomized. So what happens, and I'm going to do a whole show about this in a few weeks because I've got to get my head around this. I absolutely do not want to spend my time editing videos.
Mm-hmm.
Even if it was categorically proven to build my success, I just don't want to do it. I know that because I've tried to do it, and I just was going to jump off a bridge. I just fucking hate it. Really hate it. I just don't want to do it. But if people want me to do it, I could pay someone else to do it. But then I'm incurring a cost for an unknown result when I'm already doing the shows and loving them. Right? I'm already doing the shows. I'm loving doing them, and they're building. People come. So the worst case scenario is that I spend, say, $100. I edit these videos and no one watches them. Right? That would be the worst case scenario. I've wasted $100 and no one watches them anyway. I just don't want that. So I'm trying to mitigate that by justifying the cost and the time. But it's a big discussion. The second part of this discussion, which is actually something that America has answered, and the answer is quite surprising. His question is YouTube a part of your current strategy? Right? Because this is a big story. Like, this is a very hard story. Is YouTube and building a YouTube channel part of your current strategy? And you can't do everything. And unless you've got $1 billion, you can't pay everyone. So what do you think? For me, the answer is no. And 62% of the people that have voted so far say no. 62% of LinkedIn users. What do you think? Is YouTube part of your current strategy?
Yes, but not because I like it or find it valuable.
No, let's pick up on this. It's a big story. Like, it's not something you can just do in your part time. It's a full on adventure. It's going to suck you dry. It's very time consuming. But tell me why you want to pursue it.
The only reason I want to pursue it is because I want to have video content that directly links to my website, and that's it. So I don't care if anybody's actually watching my content on YouTube. Could care less. I just want people to be able to go to my website and have a video experience, be able to see what they got to see.
Okay. You could do that with
and
Vimeo, though.
Right, I know that I could, but because my whole subscription with iPad and whatever else, it comes with YouTube included for 3 years. So that all came as part of a package when I bought the iPad. So I just have it for free. So it was one of those things where the corporations did something too good, I couldn't pass it up. And I probably won't renew after 3 years, but it's prepaid. So it's there, and I'll have video content, and then I'll switch over to something like Vimeo when it's done.
Yeah. Okay. That is an extremely clever idea. Embedding a YouTube video on your website. You don't care who's listening to it on YouTube. You want people to come to your website and see a fully produced video on YouTube. In my opinion, that should be Vimeo, but YouTube will do just as well. Who am I to say? I'm just a guy from Melbourne. But Bez, you've come back into the call. We're talking about the idea of, is YouTube part of your strategy? And if so, why? And how are you managing it? Because it's a time sink.
Well, it is part of the strategy, but I haven't started. Like, I created one for my business. I have one that I've had forever, and since the beginning of time, which a bunch of family stuff like odds and ends that I need to take down. But yeah, I think it's it is a path there. You can get a lot of reach there, and there's a lot of people that go there for many, many reasons. You just got to figure out how can you make content that you like to make that may have reach over there. So, it takes some research, some planning, but I do consume a lot of stuff on YouTube. I have YouTube TV as well, and I have YouTube Music, even though I have Apple Music. But yeah, yeah, I'm into YouTube. It's I use it personally, and Keith, I think you and I've had this discussion. I actually pay so I don't see the ads, so I have YouTube Premium.
Yeah, this is important. Like, I don't have any issues with how cool these things are. I have an issue with doing them.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, if I had $1 billion and I could afford 10 people, I'd be having someone mow my lawn and service my car and cook my meals and do my YouTube videos. But I'm not Gary Vee. I can't afford all these people. I don't want to afford all these people. And if I am going to afford them, I want a result. I don't just want to do it for the sake of it. I want a result, at least get my money back. Right? So YouTube is a whole ecosystem unto itself. It's a specialized skill. And that's why I'm asking, is YouTube part of your strategy? I'm asking this on behalf of Americo, because he's starting a YouTube channel. You need 50 followers to get anything. You have to have 50 subscribers before you get any of the goodies. So we've got to help Americo do that. AM from Saudi Arabia, I don't know you yet, but hello. I don't know if anyone else on this call knows who that is. You're very welcome to join the call if you want. Please follow me on LinkedIn so we can indeed connect. It would be about 4 a.m. there, I think. But you're very welcome to join. AM in Saudi Arabia. It might mean that it's morning in Saudi Arabia, or it might be the person's name is AM.
I believe that's another one of my followers who comments. I'm not exactly sure their name, but it's usually a green circle with those two initials.
Okay. So you're very welcome to join in and follow me on LinkedIn, and I'll send you the link. But Bez, this is very important. You love LinkedIn, you love YouTube, but how are you going to do the content? How are you going to do it? How are you going to find the time, or who are you going to pay? Who are you going to call?
That's a great question. I think what I'm going to just do is record once and then repurpose, right? But have different strategies. Like all platforms are different. So YouTube does behave differently. So if I record with the end in mind and say, okay, where do I want to put this information out? then I can record it as such, and then have it edited or cut. And maybe in the beginning it won't be a lot of edits. It'll just be straight record for an hour or whatever, or 30 minutes. So before my power went down, I was looking. So the last 2 weeks I've been asked to moderate a show with a company in India, and I don't know how they got a hold of me. I think Luz referred me to, and so I moderated, and it's some kind of school or something in India, and they really liked how I moderated, because there was a week, 2 weeks ago, there was 3 people that I moderated, and then today it was 4. And they have a format. They have like a document we share in a WhatsApp group. We ask people to pick a question, so it's very structured, right? And it works. It's very organized, and all I do is I don't have to push the button. So it's on Restream, and they do a little bit of promotion. They promote it out, and we get and they make a flyer on us and all that good stuff. So and I don't have to do, all I have to do is be the show, like basically keep a flow, moderate. And so far, Keith, the last 2 people were making comments about how I moderate, and I'm like, well, it's not that difficult. It's just like follow the flow, don't leave dead space, move around. If something happens to detect on somebody, just don't let that dead space come back to them. It's like, to me, it's all common sense. But Keith, I think moderation is a skill, and I don't think everybody has it, because they've asked me 2 weeks in a row, and I've got to, like, I don't want to do it every week, because it's like 8:30 in the morning on a Sunday, and I want to sleep in. That means I have to wake up at 7. So I may be giving your names out to you or Chris.
Well, in a way, that's what you want. You want.
Hey, man, you can always send me off.
Okay. What you want is you want the ability to say, mate, I keep hearing your name. Can you come on my show? Yep, I can. And with that in mind, I'm coming on your show, Bez, and tell us about that. You've got a show.
Yes,
and,
yes.
Tell us about what I'm doing an interview with Bez on Thursday, my time. What's that about, and where's that going to end up?
Well, it's going to end up. So here's the distribution path. So I'm thinking, look, folks, my mind is thinking different lately, and it's like somebody was saying, think with the end. I think Chris was saying, think with the end in mind. Okay, Stephen Covey type of thing, right? And know him well, or consumed his books and stuff. So big fan of that. So now, if I think of the end in mind, if I open my mouth, how can I get distribution, right? You got to start thinking this from a business. For me, at least for me, that's how I'm thinking. I'm looking at it like, if I open my mouth, what's the distribution platform and what's the distribution path? So the easiest is for me to get on iHeartRadio. Now I plug into Raven, the talk show maven. She has a channel on iHeart. So I'm plugged into her. I just need to occupy a 28-minute spot. Okay, great. I can do that. And then, but she also gives me liberty to even do more on, because, when you have a channel, you need to fill it with content, right? That's the whole idea. So, because that's really easy to get going and quick and dirty, I record, boom, put the intro and outro, and we're done. 28 minutes, it's a show, right? But once I do that, then the next distribution path is she also has Roku and Amazon Fire Channel. So distribute that show then, because I recorded in Zoom. I don't like how that Zoom has the black on the top and the bottom. So I may go with Restream or StreamYard or EVMux, because it looks better, and I have more flexibility. I don't like how the videos are like this. It just, I don't like how it looks. So that's where it will go to for streaming. And then they also have a podcast I can distribute. So, but they want me to have 6 in the can. So as I record these radio shows, because I've recorded 2 two, maybe a third show, and so now I'm gonna record you. That's the fourth, and then I'm gonna start just releasing them probably by this week. The first one, blah blah blah, and then just get things going. And once I have 6 in the can, they'll let me launch the podcast. So that's how my distribution game is playing right now. And am I going to have a YouTube strategy? Absolutely. I'm going to take this content, throw it on a YouTube channel, and give people access that way too. So, but I don't know. I still got to rethink that, because if I'm putting it on Roku and Amazon Fire, maybe I put different content on YouTube. So I got to think that strategy out. Still more to come on that. So I'll let you know once I figure that out.
I can't chew gum and walk at the same time. Right. I have to be very intentional with my time. And I know this for sure because during the pandemic, I did a show, that URL is still live, called livestreamingdecoded.com. Right. And what I did as a challenge to myself is I did a show on camera, and I tried every single live streaming site available to humankind at that time, that we knew of. There was 15 shows. Every single day after the event, I got a migraine because it is so hard to do. It was so taxing for my brain that my brain almost exploded. Right. And so when I talk about these things, it's lovely theoretically to have your content on YouTube and SoundCloud and Spotify and Apple and Tumblr. But just remember that someone's got to do it. And if that someone is not you, then you've got to pay someone else. And so once you start paying someone else, then you've got to have an ROI, because suddenly you're shelling out money left, right, and center with no result. And that's
Right.
your path to destruction right there. So when I say, what are you doing? It's a tough love comment to say, look, do you really want to be on YouTube and LinkedIn and Discord and if the answer is yes, that is the right answer. But who's going to do it?
Well, with that, you got a great point. I'm thinking about getting some interns so they can do different pieces of it, right? Because I'm going to try to figure out monetization not monetization, automation where I can. And then there's going to be some things where people actually you're going to have to get humans behind it. So it's a journey for me, Keith. I don't want to do everything because there's other things I've got to do. So I'm very cognizant of that. So as I learn the process and go through this, I will definitely be working with some local universities or colleges, community colleges, and see if I can, line up some interns, on a 3-month rotation, have a structured program, and they help me, they learn something, and we're all the better because of it. So yeah, it's I don't want to do it all, because I mean, even when I do those 2 shows that I've done back to back, I don't have to press the button, but I have to look at the document, coordinate with the other panelists, what questions they're going to have. And we get in this WhatsApp group, and they're from all over the world. Say, I want this question. Okay, that question. And sometimes I may have to put the questions together, but so far I haven't, because we're using documents they've used in the past. And I said, I like these questions. I don't think there's a need to change them. Great, run. We just figure out who needs to pick what questions. But not having to press the button is less stress, right, Keith? Because you used to press the button behind the creator on a show, and that's one less thing I have to do, right? And there's value in that. So those of you that don't want to be front and center, there's still value for people behind the show that do the production of the show to push the buttons. Keith, don't you have something to say about that?
Well, we all have different skills.
Mhm.
Yeah, we all have different skills, and so I can't play guitar, and I'm going to refer back to Green Day. Billy Joe, the lead singer from Green Day, plays guitar and sings, but live, very good example. They had Green Day is so good when they play in the studio. They have to have 2 extra guitarists on stage to replicate that sound. Right? They have 2 paid guitarists in the back in black that you can't see, which is an AC/DC reference, Back in Black. But they're actually at the back. They never refer to them. They're just in the back. They're hired guns. They just sit at the back and play all the good bits. Because Billy Joe's running around. He's running around singing and shouting and swearing and doing his thing, right? And all of those things happen. So he couldn't possibly sing and play and dance around and be funny and remember all the words. He knows that. So he outsources the guitar bits to someone else. Those guitarists can't write songs. They probably can't sing. They've never written their own songs or recorded an album. They are hired guns, session musos, right? But very good. We all have to find our zone, our lane. I know this is an argument I often have with people, but, I like to be in my lane. And I think you create more miracles that way. I can do this and I love it. We've been going 3 hours. I can't talk 10 minutes at the wall in a monologue style. I can't talk for 10 minutes. It's just amazing. Now, we've got a couple of things going on here. Chris is on the call. What I'd love you to do, Chris, is add your thumbnail. The other way you do that is top right-hand corner, you should get 3 dots. And what you'll notice, and I'll go sort of for a bit more of a global look here, everyone here on the call has added their thumbnail, and as a result, they are a lovely little image in front of a background that is picked up by, if you see that what Mike's done there and Bez has done, and Chris, each of us has a different background based on the quality of the color in our thumbnail. So if you can add your thumbnail, otherwise you're just showing up as CV. Please try and do that for me if you can. It'll just look a lot better. And Chris has said to me, look, I'm just calling in on my laptop. I'm probably going to sound terrible, but I want to hear that because I want people to know and what that sounds like. So there's Chris, who's just connected with me on LinkedIn because he heard the show. He's also connected with me on Discord because he uses Discord, and he's in New York. Jump in and tell us what you're thinking. Chris, welcome to the call. How you doing? We got you there, Chris. What we've got there is Chris in New York, who's just called in. And this is why I love live audio. Chris and I have never met before 10 minutes ago. He's joined my Discord community. He's come on my show. We're now trying to get the mic to work, I'm guessing. You're having a bit of trouble there getting the mic to work? Can you find the on button? What are you thinking?
If he's coming into his laptop, just let him know to hit the little down arrow next to the microphone and turn it on.
Let's do a decoder on that, Chris. What do you think might be going on there with for Chris V?
So if he's on a laptop, it could be 2 issues. It could be his audio input, which one he's selecting where his audio goes in from. If it's preset to a different default, a different headset, he might use a different audio input for a different program. I know that I have like an Oculus Quest 2 on here, and that always steals my my default. So it's annoying. I have to keep changing the setting. It's actually why my Rode never works. So he could have a setting like that going on. That's just not auto detecting right.
Yeah, well, we'll get it working. And this is the power of live audio, and exactly why. This is exactly why I don't like to go on video, because I can't do that as well. Now we're managing Chris's mic. We're having a bit of a chat. We're talking about a few things. There we go. I think we got you. Is that working? Do I hear a sound? I'm going to give Chris a call right now. I'm going to get the landline out.
Up.
Who is this from Australia?
Well,
I wonder what is happening there. I wonder why that's not working. This is a very important point because the way that the world now works, who am I to say this? I'm just a guy from Melbourne. But the way the world now works is I'm in Melbourne, Australia, running a show on my PC in the back of my house. Chris is in New York and he just happens to call in. He may know someone that I don't yet know that might be just such a cool person to connect with. And I might know someone here in Melbourne that doesn't know him, right? This is why I love live audio. This is why I love this idea of instantness. I'm not sure that's actually a word. But, you know, if we can get this working, here's a person that I didn't know 10 minutes ago coming on my show to talk about what he does and what he thinks of what we do. I think it's genius. I think it's worth persevering. He does have quite a few cool skill sets that I'd love to hear about. I'm just gonna keep going. I'm gonna rant a bit. I'm gonna ad lib, as we call it. Now, what I might do while I'm waiting for Chris to possibly solve that problem, if he can, we've covered a lot of ground today, and I want to persevere with that while Chris is having a go in the background. We've chatted about using your phone, and Mike has a Samsung 24 Ultra, and it sounds pretty good, right? It sounds pretty good. It has a feature called Voice Focus, but what the iPhone does, anything more than the iPhone 10 or the X, as they call it, they have this voice cancellation feature or voice isolation feature. Very cool feature. Now I'm going to try again to see if Chris can get a signal. That would be a shame if he can't, because there's an opportunity.
I'm back.
What do you think happens there, Chris? So that's an opportunity lost now. Do you know, Chris? Do you know why that might not be working?
Yeah, it's probably if he's coming in directly from a laptop, it's just going to be his auto detect, or he might have, like, who knows, he might be Bluetooth to something else that he just might not be aware of in the moment. And it's difficult because it's the dumbest thing you never think of when you're in a live moment. Something else that you've connected to, which is why it's so important to, especially if you're going to host, not for somebody joining live, but if you're going to host, to always make sure your equipment is mic checked before you get in. We as hosts always do that. For guests, this, he could work through that. He could pop up on the stage before the show's over. If not, hey, Chris, I'm in Jersey, right around the corner. I'm just some guy from Jersey. He's literally my website. You can connect with me, and I'll walk you through getting on the stage next time.
I do 3 shows a week. And what you're saying there, Chris, is exactly why I do this sound check show, because the dumbest thing can be the cause of such a major drama. And it could be something very, very simple. But Chris might have something very, very profound to say, or more importantly, want to connect with someone on the show that's had something profound to say, equally both. So I do 3 shows a week. whereiskeithtoday.com. I'm getting plenty of practice in my ad-libbing skills, my monologuing, because we've had so many tech problems. But Mike has said something interesting. He said, look, can I try my phone? Can I have a go at my phone? And why don't you do that, Mike? Why don't you come in on your phone, your Samsung 24 Ultra, and we'll see how it compares. What do you think? Are you on your phone now?
Not yet. I'm getting ready. I'm having a pass. I have to remember one of my passwords. I will be right with you.
Okay. So let's try. I'm not going to wait for Chris to bring in his thumbnail. Let's see if we can get him working. He's just
Can
coming.
you hear me now?
We got you.
Yeah, I just had to switch my browsers. It was really strange, but I'm here now. So welcome. I'm glad to be here too.
So tell me about this guy in Melbourne, Australia, talks randomly to a person to New York. How cool is this? Like, how cool is what we're doing here?
I think it's really cool. I mean, I came in, I got the heads up with a LinkedIn notification. Michael LeBlanc and I are mutuals here on LinkedIn, and I was just watching LinkedIn tonight. I got a notification that Mike was participating in his event. I was like, I'll join in and see what's going on. And I was just listening in, and very interesting what you're trying to do. I'm trying to give a platform for people to, amplify their voice and get a lot more visibility. Hopefully, get a lot more opportunities for themselves. So I'm thinking, yeah, this is pretty good. I want to participate in this.
And tell us
It's
what
good
you do
stuff.
and how we can help. There you go. You've added a thumbnail. Can you see how that's added a really lovely background now to your face? It's picked up a color and the thumbnail and added sort of quite a lot of depth to it.
Yeah, it did. It looks awesome.
So tell us what you're doing and how we can help you. We're all friends here. We're
All right.
fundamentally we're all here to help each other.
Yeah. So I'm a professional. I have a number of years in the telecommunications space. I'm in transition, seeking my next role. Highly interested in AI, like millions of people are, trying to stay ahead of that rapidly evolving space. I don't want to get left behind. To that end, I'm engaging in upskilling and learning. Uh, Definitely now taking some courses from Hugging Face and learning about agentic AI and what that architecture really is and what use cases that it could really bring forth, and what the disruptions are in the marketplace that the agentic AI will bring. Just trying to keep ahead of the rapidly moving bus before it runs me over,
Yeah.
and seeing who can I help and who can help me move it along. So,
It is very symbiotic, isn't it? And I can see why you're a good friend of Mike, because he uses that same language. I'm saying this is a bit of a troglodyte, but there's a couple of people on the call I want to introduce you to. My very good friend Bez is a headhunter, and he
nice.
knows a lot of people that know a lot of people. So Bez, what's going on in the world of AI in terms of employment? Is there something we can help Chris with here?
Sure. There's a couple resources. Chris, I mean, I used to actually do a lot of in the mid '90s. I focused a lot with telecom companies, um, Arbox specifically, and data CPE companies like Cisco, and used to build engineering teams, like basically the pre and post sales, and then also the sales teams for telecom companies such as GTE, GTEL, which is now Verizon, and Sprint. And then I've done some work for Cisco and whatnot. But are you more on the software development side, or more on the systems side?
Yeah, so I initially started out more on the system side, start my career like installing the equipment,
Oh,
right?
okay, got it.
And then I progressed to more of like a team lead role where, I became a senior mentoring the juniors. And then it
Right,
evolved into like a project management role where we got contracts and I was looked upon to deliver said contracts on budget, make money, right? And then
right,
my most recent role, like, was more of a pre-sales guy. So we evolved from the post-sales space into a pre-sales role, where I was working closely with the account managers, teeing up deals for Verizon. Um, and now I'm just seeking more opportunities beyond that. Uh, Telecom or finance, which is big in the New York City space. But I realize that switching industry verticals is really tough, because they tend to have a lot of domain experience and they like to leverage people with those domain experiences as first before they entertain anybody coming over from a different industry. So it's definitely an eye-opening learning point I had in the last few years.
no, this is good. And AI will be definitely touching your industry, so you may not even have to switch industries, but it's up to you, whatever you want to do. I always
Yeah,
tell people, this is sometimes when you're in transition, it's a great time to think about what is my next step or my next 3 steps, right? And plan accordingly. And and sometimes it's pivots. My mom pivoted at the age of 59 and worked another 23 years from a classroom teacher to a school psychologist, and she retired at the age of 82, and the headhunters wouldn't leave her alone, so she was just consulting part-time, and she's gonna turn 88 in April. So
Oh, nice.
she took this year off, and now she's getting the itch. Oh my, I want to go back. She she works 2.5 days because she can't work more, and she makes more money consulting than she does when she was working full time. But she's but anyways, yeah, it's a great time. It's never too late. If you want to stay in the same industry, great. I'm a big believer in leveraging one to the other. So, but with that being said, so I don't take up too much time, we need to connect. I'm going to connect with you tomorrow. I actually open up a space at 9 in the morning Eastern time, Monday through Friday. We started in January the 20th, and we're going to March 28th, and it's a career networking, support, co-working room. But this next week, I'm actually bringing in women to lead the discussion. Usually it's me leading the discussion and bringing others around the table and we're talking. But this week, I'm letting the women run the show.
All right.
You should, let me give you the link. Let me give you, I made a post. Let me give that to, I think I even have it in the private. Did I put it in the private chat? I think I did. Let me see if I can grab it and put it in the private. Here's what I'll do. I'll put it in, I'll send you a message. But
Well,
I
while you
might
guys
put in
figure that out, let's
Yeah.
you just put it in the private chat. We'll definitely get them hooked
Yeah.
up, and then I'll come help you guys out on that show tomorrow if you guys want. Is that what time did you say? What time?
Yeah, 9 o'clock. It's the same one you register to sometimes, and you've shown up. Yeah,
Yeah, so I always,
well,
Bez, I
yeah.
always register. Do me a favor, send me a DM like an hour before or the day of,
Okay,
and then
perfect.
it always
Mhm.
reminds me to actually show up. So if you do that,
Okay.
and then I'll go in and I'll invite like 150 to 200 of my followers. I'll blast out real quick, and I'll try and fill up your room.
Okay.
That's just kind of the way I operate because I'm so busy.
No worries. Okay, I'll do that. And Chris, I'm sending you a message right now, right on LinkedIn.
Okay.
Yeah,
If
and
nothing else,
there's other resources that we'll share with you. That's why I say if you can get in this room, we'll share resources with you, like other rooms. I mean, I know a few other people that do these career rooms. There's one on X that one of my members does, and it's once a week. Yeah, there's a few things I can recommend for you, and it's you'll run into the right person, and also what you do. Think about using your skills in the cybersecurity industry. It's a very transferable.
Yeah. Right now, I'm a technical advisor to this startup company called Threat Sciences. The founder and I worked many years ago up in Boston for a mid-sized firm, and so I'm helping him get his business off the ground right now, giving him some insights of what was going on in the telecom industry as it relates to security. So that's what I've been doing lately. But that's an advisor role. I want to land something a little bit more concrete. Obviously, that's why I'm on the search right now to land that more significant role.
I think what we're doing here is probably the future of employment. The Bears would be the first to say that most jobs that we want are not advertised, and we never find out about them. So Bears has this very, very, very cool group that meets every day for an hour and just has a bit of a chat, and we help each other. I'm not part of that group, but you guys help each other. Tell us a bit about that group, Bez, and how people can join it if they're on the call, and how they can take part, because it's working very well, isn't it?
Oh yeah, there's a core about 13, 16 that always show up. And so I come with a Google Doc the night before, right before that, I have a format, one or two things I want to share, and then we exchange ideas on the call. So It's on GoBrunch, so it's just a web link. You don't need to download Zoom or Teams or anything, but you have video, audio features, and you just show up, and you can put your avatar like this. 9 o'clock, some people aren't camera ready, and that's cool. We don't care. And we have all the features. We can make presentations, we can get on a big screen video. So we have all the flexibilities, but the main thing about it is, like, I know people came to hear me, teach a thing or two, because I have what people may consider controversial. I don't think it's controversial. I think applying is just one way to get a job. And so I just say, hey, I'm not that person, because I've never gotten a job in 30 years by applying. So I teach you every other way to get a job, which there's many other ways to get a job than applying. Applying has a 0.03% chance of success. Never worked for me, so I can relate with those numbers, because I have tried applying. But yeah, so that's the route I go. And this room is complimentary, doesn't cost anything. And the community has really sort of, like, I didn't know where it was going to go, and it was really like, I didn't master plan it. I was like, that's why we started on January the 20th, because it was an idea a few days before, or a week before, and I'm like, let's do it, and let's see where where it goes. And it's really turned into a nice community. And I think people stay because of the community, and not because of me. And I just have to take myself out of the equation and be okay with it. And I'm okay. And it's really interesting, because I want to end it on March the 28th, but I don't think I will completely end it. It may look different. And maybe I'll do these 10-week sprints once or twice a year, right? And then there'll be a 1 or 2 day a week where I open up a room. But anyways, yeah, it's
Hey, Bez, I
one
got
person
an
already got
idea.
a job. Huh?
I got an idea. I'm friends with a woman named Claire M. Davis, who's a top voice on here. Maybe I'll try to get her on one of these shows, see if she'd want to hook up with you. She runs a company called Traction Resume. Some of the best resume writers I've come across in the industry,
Awesome.
for everybody from med tech to pharmaceuticals to biotech. Um, her her team is phenomenal. I actually met them by training them on AI for free a while back, and they have been nothing but amazing in return. So maybe I'll hook you guys up, and that maybe you guys can work something with that.
Yeah, I'm okay with other people presenting. It just has to that they either have to be really good at what they present, or um, I like or they have to be an expert in their domain, and it can be applied to career search. And you're going to see that this coming week,
She is
because I've
beyond an
challenged
expert. Yeah.
I've challenged some of the people in the community. Say, I think you should present. I'm like, well, what? No, you're an expert in this area, and I think a job search really is a marketing and a sales function, and they're two separate functions. But people don't look at a job search that way. And I told one person, you've got a domain expertise in there. Let's flip it. I want you to present on that. She goes, oh, and then a light switch went on. I'm like, I get it. Okay, that's exactly. You're ahead of most people, because most people are doing a job search like what they think it is, and it's really not that. It's everything but the opposite. So I flip a lot of things, and then
I think
so
the resume is the last step at this point in so many ways.
a resume is a piece of the equation, as like I've seen how people get hired without resumes. I can tell you a gazillion stories like that. Like, you know, you don't need a resume, but it's part of the branding piece. Like when you show up to an interview, you usually show up in a suit. You don't want to show up, with shorts and flip flops and a t-shirt. So it's part of that. You need the part of the equation. Is it necessary, or you can't start everything? No, I disagree. I think, but it's
No, no, no.
important.
It's
Yeah,
incredibly important. That's not what I'm saying. You
yeah,
should have
yeah,
a spectacular, beautiful resume, right? But it should be like the
absolutely.
last thing it should be the way you close the deal. You lay that thing down, you're like, look at this. By the
Oh
way,
yeah.
it's
Oh,
easy on the eyes. Here's all my credentials. Here's all my references. Here's my story. Here's my brand. This is me. You've seen it. You've seen it
yep.
this whole point till this very moment. Here you go. Sign on the dotted line.
And those people make resumes look really beautiful. I can give you simple templates that work, but I've seen some beautiful resumes. Those resume writers, they do wonderful work, and they're worth the money. I believe they're worth the
How
money.
much should you spend on a resume, Bez, given what we've
Some
just said?
people pay $300-$500. Depends what kind of services they offer. You know, it's an investment in yourself. Like some people
It's pay
can't
for
write.
service, isn't it?
Yeah, some people cannot write to save their life. You give them a template, they still can't fill it out. So, um, I just don't have time. I don't have time per se for that. I wish I had someone on staff someone I could partner with to do that. Absolutely. But, it's, those people that do it well, like Chris says, they make it look beautiful, easy on the eye. I think
Yeah, that's their
that's a
skill.
skill. Yeah,
Can I
that's a skill.
can I pick up on this a bit?
Yeah.
This is going to become increasingly important. Why is the idea of applying? I'm just going to say it for what it is. Why is the idea of applying for a job a little bit old fashioned now? And really, there's better ways. I want to pick up on this. There's thousands of people losing their job every day. What's going on, and what can they do differently than just simply applying for jobs?
Ooh.
That's a great question. Applying is not old fashioned. Applying is what everybody thinks they need to do. And let me differentiate this. If you're early in your career or you're in those blue collar labor jobs like hospitality or whatnot, some of these lower end jobs actually applying is probably it works. That's where you get the success rate. But as you get more in the professional ranks, a lot of times not every job is posted. And even if they're posted, you're competing against 1,000 people in today's day and age. It's just too many. It's overwhelmed. The other thing too is, and I've been talking to a lot of recruiter friends of mine, and I've been looking at statistics that AI, while it's good, like people sell these packages, I'll help you beat the ATS, and you'll be called in for an interview. Okay, that's actually working. They're helping them beat the ATS. But when my recruiter friends or hiring managers call these people and bring them in for interviews, it's not good. They're, and so
They're
now
not
my
ready. They haven't thought
huh?
of it. They're not ready. They haven't thought of it.
Yeah. So now my senior recruiter friends of mine, they're not posting their jobs. They're like, forget it. This is because they're really good recruiters. They're overwhelmed with too many projects, right? Because the company doesn't have enough good recruiters, so they're trying to give the good recruiters more work, and it's overwhelming. So I have friends that are working even on the weekends, and they're working for major corporations, and so it's not a life they want to live, right? They're slammed. But to your point, Keith, is there's many ways to get a job besides applying. It's and I could sit here for a long, long time and talk about this, but let's just say that in 1974, Michael Grenovetter or Mark Grenovetter, I can't keep getting the first name. He did a study. He was out uh, here on the East Coast, up in the Northeast, and he did a study on getting a job. I think that, or get the job. I think that was the name of his survey. It's really simple. And he surveyed about 250 some odd people. They were all white men and high professionals, leaderships and stuff. Um, but I will tell you that in 2022, somebody with LinkedIn data science came behind him and validated his study. It's still held strong. But what he found out is that when he was interviewing people, they were saying, "Hey, I 54% got a job because of a friend of a friend." So it was your network, right? But just listen to what I said, a friend of a friend. So he asked him, "So you got a job because of a friend?" He goes, "No, a friend of a friend." So he coined a term called weak ties, because in your network, you're eventually going to tap out all the jobs, all the innovation, all the resources, because you're going to know everything in your network. When you get access to another network, a friend of a friend now exposes you to another network, right? And so that is considered a weak tie. Most of the people got their jobs not because of their network, but because access to another network, and that's called a weak tie. That concept still works today. You just sometimes don't
Let me
realize.
pick up on this in the streaming world. This is very, very good segue. What we have been doing a lot of work on live streaming, and please start your own show and let me know, and I'll help you start that, and I'll help promote it. What we're doing here, talking about weak ties, let's pick up on this idea. I do a show and I send it to my network. My network at the moment, almost, not quite, 20,000 people. Chris V and Chris P come on my show, and they, through a concept called pairing, send it to their network. People that don't know me, never heard of me before. That's a friend of a friend, right? Those people can also send it on, and we don't know who they know. And this friend of a friend thing, Bez, it's a miracle. Like, we need to really pick up on this. This is a miracle idea, isn't it?
Oh, it is very so I was there's a great book, anybody who's seeking a job or anybody who is in a job and wants to further their career or be picked to be on a team should read, and it's called Never Eat Alone. And there's an updated version of it, so find the most updated one. Mike Ferrazzi or something like that wrote it. It's like an orange blue type of thing, and it is one of the best. It's like I did it on Audible, and it's a thick listen. It's like 14 hours to listen to the whole book, so it must be a thick book. But I will tell you that it is. Yeah, and look, I believe I'm a master networker or good at developing connections. I learned stuff from this book. It was amazing. And that's what I like. I love to learn new things. So you don't even realize that even a simple get together in your house, have a little intimate dinner with some friends, that's actually a networking opportunity. You're deepening connections, you're going deep, and these people are the ones that are going to advocate for you, be ambassadors for you if you're never in need of something, a job, could be whatever have you. And I think one of the things exercise I have people do in the very beginning, Keith, is they're like, they're like, I don't know anybody. I was like, all right, so do you have a phone? And they're like, what does my phone have to do with this? Show me your phone. And what I say, okay, why don't we put all your contacts in your phone on a spreadsheet? And they're like, what? I'm like, yeah. And you can go on YouTube and you can figure out how to transfer all your contacts from your phone to a spreadsheet. There's whether it's Android or iPhone, I've got links. That's easy. Okay. Once you go through them, you realize that, like, if you look at your iPhone or your Android, they'll tell you how many contacts are in there, right? And then now you just have to segment them and call the ones, like, these are leads that we don't call, like people who are your friends, your family, people that love you, that want the best for you, that when they're sitting at the hair salon and they're getting their hair done, all of a sudden, say, you know, hey, my nephew, he's looking for a job. And they're like, well, what does he do? Well, he does computers. And like, okay, I just cut the CEO of this computer company, and now before you know it, you got the job. And what we did is we made it simple for the people that were our ambassadors, because we don't want to go to Thanksgiving, Christmas dinner, and you know how they roll their eyes because they don't understand what we do. You don't want to confuse our ambassadors. You give them one word of what you do, and that's it, because they're they're not going to sit there and explain what you do because they don't know. Their eyes roll in the back, but all they need to do is communicate and make a connection. And the hair salon person and your loved one who was sitting in the chair, they don't know anything about computers, but they know the word computer exists. Before you know it, you're some architect at some cybersecurity company. But what do you know? It happened.
Let's pick up on this from the other side of the view. Do you do this, Mike? Do you consciously network with people that you know, with the hope that they may know someone that needs what you have?
Bez, you want to answer that one?
I'm
Absolutely.
No, you answer
Yeah,
it. You answer it.
No. That's practically all I've been doing lately. So I'm very active on LinkedIn. I'm actually in Bez's classes at 9 o'clock. And to Bez's point, it's not likely going to be your direct connect. It's most likely going to be a friend of a friend of a friend. So yeah, I am actively looking, to network. To that end, I've actually created a one-on-one brunch, go brunch room for that exact purpose, and I'll be linking that to my LinkedIn and my calendar program.
And that's
Chris,
the
your
beauty of it.
tapping is coming across. If you could mute.
That's
All
not
right,
me,
sorry
buddy.
about that.
Oh,
And that's the beauty. That's the beauty of it, guys. It's like, we have this community, but there's Justin Thomas who shows up. He's a career coach. He calls himself the Job Father. There's actually a company, owner of a small software engineering firm that shows up, and he does government contracting. There's sometimes a couple career coaches that come in and hang out and contribute to the conversation. And here Mike is, he's going to develop his own room because he's following the Job Search Council, which I call it something else, but it's the same thing. And he's going to, because he belongs to one. And so when we get to know what's out there, the availability of networks, it becomes really powerful, right? Because here Chris is a systems engineer, right? And if there's anybody that knows about networks, it's Chris here in the room who just joined us today. And I think of a old Cisco routing protocol that's called OSPF, Open Shortest. What is it called? Open Shortest Path First. It's like some of these answers are in front of us, right? We just don't utilize. It's like what you know today actually applies to your job search.
yeah. We need an app for that.
No, you just need to dump your contacts into a spreadsheet from your phone and start smiling and dialing. Okay, so the paradigm of what works. Like everybody think LinkedIn messages are why are people ghosting me? Well, LinkedIn messages, I send 1,000-person campaign as a recruiter. I get 1 or 2 people respond. It is bottom of the barrel. Okay. People don't wake up every morning and say, let me look at my LinkedIn messages. No, they don't. Sorry, they go to Facebook, Instagram, go to other apps.
I'm going to strongly push back on that.
Yeah.
Oh, you're okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, I am in my messenger all day long. I have people constantly reaching out to me, and I'm constantly reaching out to people, and it is literally where I do almost 100% of my networking.
Well, that's you're a rarity because I'll go after professionals, and yeah, you'll be a rarity. You'll be somebody that I want to connect with, and you and I have connected, right? You're you're the type that will benefit from being in LinkedIn because there's a lot of it's a very high valuable network, right? It's not like Facebook or Instagram, even though people on LinkedIn are on all of those, but it's a different, you know what I mean, Chris? It's a different
No, I
vibe.
think Bez, I think I just do something a little different. I think that's all it is I always go through people's profiles and I look for something personal. And I see the other stuff that they follow and I pay attention to what they comment on. And I actually try to get to know the person before I even reach out. Like I want to make sure that I know where they're at mentally and what they're interested in and whether or not there's somebody I actually want to connect with. And so I study people. I follow people all day long. I follow thousands of people a week just to find new people that I'm actually genuinely interested in. And then I blast out all 200 of my requests every week based off of that list. So I'm incredibly strategic with who I target and how.
So you're very intentional and love the word that you use, strategic. Absolutely. You have you're thinking of you're thinking of the end, the end in mind, right? And
When I first started back in April of 24, what I did was I went, all right, I just got at MIT, so I got this this little this 6-week course where I went to an artificial intelligence course for pass fail. It was I took the course more seriously than most students, so I took a lot more away from it than most students. But I leveraged that degree and then started targeting people high up in biotech firms, high up in government, high up in aerospace. And I just started asking them genuine questions because I was really curious. I learned, I started my newsletter, I wrote about what I learned. It was organic, it was natural, it was what I love to do, and it became something. That's why I'm saying you just have to find something you're truly passionate about and love, and you can turn it into a job.
Can I share a really
Absolutely.
cool story? This is a really cool story of what, and I want to pick up on what you've just done, Chris, because most people do not do this. But I'm very fortunate, as Chris had mentioned, that I usually once or twice a year I get listed as the top 100 people to follow in ... And that's happened every year for 10 years, and I'm very proud of that because I'm doing the work, and I'm happy to own that. And I was in, the top 100 people to follow in Twitter, in 2022. So this is a very cool story. What a guy did was he hired a hotel in Dallas with a pool, and he sent a personalized video to every single person on that list. Hey, Keith, I noticed that you're at number 67 this week. That's fantastic. You were at number 68 last year, so you're moving forward. Love to connect. My name is Dan, and let's have a beer. Right? And I got that in my inbox. And I'm thinking, this guy went out of his way to hire a hotel, and he walked around the pool for every 10 minutes for 100 videos, had a break, and then slept that night there. And this guy is a bit of a winner. He got lots and lots and lots of speaking gigs from doing that. But how many people do you know can go to a list of 100 people and send them all a personalized message? I mean, this is just genius, right? Not everyone thinks this way. But as a result, he has had a book published with his name on it. He's traveled around America speaking, and he's just an all-round good guy. And because he went to that trouble, this is the point. Because he went to that trouble, I helped him out. Like, I was just gobsmacked that he went to that trouble. Have you ever heard of these examples, Chris or Bez or Mike? You got any examples similar to this that you can share with me?
Yeah, I just saw your interview the other day. And my God, I was like, I can't believe I'm doing the exact same thing that Keith did, but just on Twitter. And I didn't realize that's actually how Keith found me. So, we were kind of just doing the same thing at the same time and just happened to click because we're very like-minded that way.
Yeah. I think the key is that I know people are busy, and I know they've never heard of me, and they're never going to come across me if I don't contact them. I don't mind being a little bit annoying just to say, look, I'm here and I would like to connect if you want to. I know you're busy, but have you got 2 minutes? And so it's a very, very delicate balance. If you do nothing, nothing happens. And guess what? You don't annoy a single person on the planet other than the people that want you to be successful and are annoyed by you not doing anything. If you do nothing, you're never going to offend anyone. But guess what? Nothing happens. You send out 100 emails, maybe 3 people unsubscribe, maybe, and this does happen. But 97 other people think, hang on, mate, I do want to come to that. I'm so thankful that you keep sending me these emails because I do want to come, but I'm just busy. 3 people might unsubscribe, and good on them, go away. 97 people say, mate, I got you. Thank you. And it's a very delicate balance. You can be annoying as shit, and I don't like those people either. But you can do nothing, and nothing happens. How do you play that? How do you play that out, Bez? How do you find that middle ground? What do you think? Bez,
Okay. So yeah, no, I was finding my mic. So, say it one more time, the question, because the people are reaching out to me about the people from India are reaching out to me again. I mean, you need to give some of this stuff out to you and Chris because they're crazy. I need
think
help.
the question I'm asking is, how do you find the
what's the
middle
question?
ground? between?
Keith,
Okay.
I'll take that one. And the middle ground is simple. It's, I had two of my followers who hopped on and talked tonight, MD and Thomas, and what I do is very simple. When I engage with somebody and they start engaging with my newsletter or my posts, I make sure to respond to each and every single one of those comments. And then eventually that will end up in either me gaining more of an interest, less of an interest, or a DM will happen or whatever. And then I go back and forth. And when the first time somebody DMs me, I give them real time. Like it's kind of a double-edged sword because all my followers I should kind of figure out a polite way to say this, but it's like they think just because I give them that like 20-minute interaction the first time that I'm always there at their beck and call, and they don't realize I work 16 hours a day and have 10,000 followers. So it's a difficult tightrope to walk, but most people get it. And when they're there to support you and they care, they show up to your shows, you collaborate with them, and it's just kind of this self-feeding cycle where they keep bringing more friends and they learn, and it's just this beautiful thing. It's an all ships float approach, and you generally get to meet awesome new people. And keeping the balance is easy when it doesn't feel right, when somebody starts to irk you after a while, or they're just not listening to your requests, you just either dial it down until they understand and then welcome them back, or just shut them out if they don't get it. It's a difficult thing, but unfortunately some people don't want to give you the space. They just want everything for free, and they don't really care about you at the end of the day. They just want your
Oh,
brain.
it's a very delicate dance, for sure. And I really want to pick up on this because um, I've often said, and I don't mind saying this again, and I hope I don't offend people, I don't want workers and I don't want lurkers. I don't want people to listen to my content all day for 10 years and never comment and never tell me they're enjoying it and never tell me that I'm doing a good job or that they want this or that. That's no good to me. How can I know that I'm doing a good job if you don't tell me? Right? I don't like lurkers, even though a lot of people do lurk, and there'll be people listening to this show going, okay, Keith, I'm a lurker. I love your show, but I don't necessarily want to tell you that. Well, please tell me. Please tell me what you're enjoying about it, and I'll do more of it. What I also know is that I am an entrepreneur, and I don't particularly connect with people that work 9 to 5. I haven't worked 9 to 5 since April 2006, and I don't like that life. And so I don't tend to hang out with people other than my wife who works 9 to 5. I just don't have that life. And so I don't like workers and I don't like lurkers. But that being said, I do have a lot of friends who do have a day job and they're lovely people. But I just don't talk about this stuff with them because they just don't get it. Mate, I go to work in the city. They pay me. I come home. If they stop paying me, I'd stop going. And if I stopped going, they'd stop paying me. It's a pretty simple equation. I go in, they pay me money. I come home. I go out on the weekends. Well, I used to do that for 20 years. I haven't done that since April 2006. I don't like that life. So it's very important that we sort of have this idea. But there's a couple of questions in the audience, and I want to pick up on this. What is Luma, and why do we need it? And this is what Luma is. Before I start that segue, I want to give everyone right a reply of what I've just said. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry if you're a lurker or a worker, but you're probably not going to get my content anyway. Would you agree with that, Chris? You're not a lurker, are you?
For after COVID, I was for a minute, but that's definitely not me by nature. No, I'm definitely not a lurker. Um, but I disagree with you. Push back gently. I love my lurkers. I really do, because most of my lurkers are people who are really high up in industry and government, who have to be lurkers. So I love them.
But what good are they if they don't do anything?
Oh, they do plenty for me. Trust me. It's more the business side than my social audio side. That's where
Okay.
I get my connections who hear me. They get to know me as an authentic person.
But they
And
don't
then the
tell you.
DMs, well, no, the DMs come in later. I loved your show, yada yada yada. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about that. What are you working on? And I just basically announced today on LinkedIn that my company's going to be working on microgrid technology. So now it's got a lot of DMs about that. So it's that's for me. I'm using this in so many aspects. I'm having fun with it. I'm marketing myself. I'm putting my thought leadership out there. I'm multifaceted everywhere I go all the time.
But they're not
So,
lurkers if they're commenting, are they?
well, they're not commenting on the show, but they're DMing on the side. So that I guess counts.
Yeah. So yeah, okay, I get that. I have to be a bit gentle on this because I do know that some people are probably thinking this guy's pretty awesome, and I'm not telling him that. I haven't got time to connect with him. I don't want to talk to him, but I know someone who needs what he has, and I'm going to contact them, and they can talk to him. I get the relevance of lurkers. I would like to know if I'm doing a good job.
Well, here's the deal, Keith. I have been secretly fielding your lurkers and making sure that they show up to more shows. So that's
Hey,
that's kind of why I
that's
love
the way to
them.
do it. What do you
Yeah.
think? What do you think, Chris? And this is a good segue into the Luma question. Do you like lurkers and workers, or would you prefer people to come out and tell you what you're doing and comment on your stuff?
I think we lost Chris.
Yeah, he's got to go. He's your mate Chris V. He's got to go. But what do you think, Mike? Have you got an opinion on people? Like, if you did a newsletter, say, and you do, and no one commented on it, would that piss you off?
Keith, can I interrupt really quick for a second?
Please.
There's somebody that wants to come. Remember, I was talking about those Indian people, and they were seeing my thing about International Women's Week, and they said we want to do one. When is yours? Oh, maybe it's too much for you. And I'm like, yeah. I go, I've been talking about you, and I have 2 other people that could be moderators. They want to do a similar thing but I can't do it. I'm going to be busy. And
You want
so,
to share the link with them? Or?
yeah. What's the link? Where can
I'll send it to you. If they connect with me, I can send it to them directly.
Oh, okay. So let me think. Connect. Okay. Yes. Yes.
Are they listening in?
Connect with Keith Heller, and he will.
While you're working that out, what was the other question?
Whether I liked lurkers.
Yeah, lurkers.
And my is, I understand what you're saying. We build my brand, and so when I don't see responses or limited responses, or even if you're paying attention to, actually, Bez showed us. Might have seen it before, but your LinkedIn SSI, and I went up again.
Oh, the SSI score. Keith knows about that.
Bez, I went from 1 to 4. I think I'm at 4 or something now. But anyway, that's, to me, that's a bit of noise. I tried, well, so far, all of this work hasn't landed me anywhere. But I'm not really worried about that because this is going to sound woo, but I'm trying to spread, whatever you want to call it, energy, love, and help people out. Now, it would be wonderful. Yeah, it would be wonderful. So in my my analytical brain, I'm thinking, yeah, I would really like to see more hits or whatever. And again, part of that is you have to kind of judge, what your reach is. So there's that. I mean, if you're expending, even if it's just energy, you want to know what your ROI is, right? So to that regard, to that regard. But then I also know there's some amount of people, to your point, or Chris's point, is that they're getting value out of it, but for whatever reason, at the time, I disagree a little bit with Chris on the fact executive. I think it depends on who the executive is, and he already kind of has a network built out. A lot of executives are not necessarily on LinkedIn on a regular basis, but that shouldn't stop you. I mean, like, if you really want to reach out to someone, you can do the intel investigation, find out who they are, and then don't even mail them directly. And there's ways to do that.
Yes.
If people need to know. And that's the way you get around the fact that they're not on LinkedIn. So.
Let me butt in and just say, there's a reason my newsletter is successful and a lot of other people's aren't. And that's because I'm incredibly creative with the way I do it. You know, I don't just sit there and pen out something, you know, and just write my thoughts down. There's a lot of work. There's a whole secret formula that goes into it. It's not something I'll ever give away for free. It's a lot that goes into building that thing, and there's a reason people read it. It's not just your average newsletter. So, in there's a lot more that's going to be coming to it soon, as we have some.
What happened? He dropped out. Hey, by the way, I gave is this guy
Yeah,
named Dr.
Dr. Vabaz.
Yeah,
He's
yeah. I
Oh,
think I think you and Chris may be picking up some moderation, and he does a great job of publicizing, like
you
making
may
a
not,
flyer on you, and
you might not know this. No one would know this, but I've been to Jaipur.
Really?
Yep, I've
So
been
you've
to the
been to
Pink
where he
Palace.
lives?
Yep, I've been to the Pink Palace in Jaipur. I saw a Bollywood movie in the very famous cinema. That's actually where we're going to start.
Oh, you're
Jump
gonna
in and
hit it
tell
off
us.
with him.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
you're
tell
gonna.
us where you are. You're in Jaipur, in Rajasthan. I've been to Rajasthan. I've been to Jaipur. I stayed at this big castle that Sting stayed at. I stayed in Sting's room in this big castle, played cricket on the roof with some Indian people. I was bowling my spin ball, and they knocked me out of the park. But the point is that we had fun. I got pictures. And so, can you believe it? A random person on the other side of the world that happens to live in a town I've been to, knows you, but doesn't yet know me. And here he is coming onto our show. No, this is a video. This is a camera off show. This is a camera off show. Let me just work out how I'll show you how that works. So I don't allow videos on my show because I want everyone to come in as a video only. So you just turn your camera off, and in the top right hand corner you'll get 3 dots, and they'll end up looking a little bit like this. And as you can see, all of us have got our cameras off, so everyone is equal. That's the reason I do it. Everyone's equal and looks the same. So if you can, I'd love to hear your thoughts. I'll give you a couple of minutes to do that, just so that we keep this synergy going. But Bez, look what we're doing here. You're in Atlanta, Georgia, talking to a guy in Melbourne, Australia, about a guy from India. Right now, there's no way in the world you could have predicted that I've been to his town. How could you ever have predicted that? Now, and they then want to talk to us about what they did. Give us a bit of a skinny on what they do, so we got some prep.
Well, they while he's getting ready to come back, so they have an academy. It's called APD Academy, and so what they do is just bring up a little. It's a performance accelerating success. It would probably be best if they explain it for them, but they talk a lot about. Yeah, they're talking about a performance and elevation in the organization. So because of my HR background, it's it's a natural fit. Like last week we were talking about today we were talking about performance management. So I've implemented performance management systems. So they put together questions. They were very appropriate, and we just anyway, so I led that discussion last week. I can't remember what it was, but again, it was in my wheelhouse. So it's really easy for me to moderate. And Keith, I know how to moderate. I thought it was just natural thing, but people are making comments, and then you know how to moderate, and Chris knows how to moderate. So that's why I was you and I was saying, man, I don't know if I could do this every week because it's it's like I got to wake up early on Sunday morning. Sometimes I like to sleep in a little, but I was like, hey, I might need you guys to rotate with me. And then all of a sudden he's saying, hey, because he's talking about my my show I'm doing next week starting tomorrow, and they want to do something similar. So it might be an opportunity for you guys to jump in and get in on the rotation. And they do a wonderful job of promoting you and making a little flyer on you. So yeah, just share and share alike. Is he here?
So I want to join the dots. So in 2008, my wife and I went to India, and we went to Rajasthan, and we saw a Bollywood movie in Jaipur, right? And this particular cinema is 12 kilometers from this person's house. Now, how cool is
Wow.
that? We got a tuk-tuk. I don't know if you've ever been in a tuk-tuk, but they're pretty scary. And so we got a tuk-tuk from the hotel to this cinema and watched it. We love Bollywood. Bollywood's pretty popular in Australia. And I've seen quite a lot of Bollywood movies. And Bollywood is Indian, well, actually Hollywood in Bombay, when it was called Bombay. So there's the link. It's 12 kilometers from his house. I've been to that cinema. How cool is that, Bez? You couldn't possibly have guessed that. So
No,
suddenly
no.
and this is what Chris was saying. I'm not just talking to a random person on the other side of the world. I'm looking for the synergy. You know, I've been
Yeah.
to the Pink Palace. I've been
Yeah.
to the Raj. It's called the Raj Mandir. You know, it's a cinema, an ancient cinema. And I've been there. So suddenly we've got something in common to talk about. Now,
So and I highly recommended you and Chris, because I know you guys would do a solid in moderating. So that's why he's coming in here, because he actually asked me for your names first. And I didn't think he went and checked you out. And I said, look, I just highly recommend these two. So
he's having a bit of trouble with the thumbnail. Let's not worry about that. Tell us what you're doing. How far away are you from this magical cinema, and what do you got in mind? Welcome to
Yeah,
the
sir.
call.
Yeah, basically, the what cinema picture you had sent me, na, it is approximately 12 to 13 kilometers far away from my house. It is a very old and very popular cinema hall in the Jaipur, where did I live now?
And we actually saw the King Khan movie. What's his name? Shah Rukh Khan.
Yeah,
Shah
yeah,
Rukh
yeah.
Khan.
When you visited this, sir?
2008.
Yeah, yeah. It's 17 years back from now, I
Yeah,
think.
so we travel every year, and this is why I
Yeah.
travel. Now look at this. There's no
This
way
is
in the
so
world
cool.
this is so cool. Here I am
Yes.
talking to a person who lives in a town I've been to on the other
Yeah.
side of the world, who lives near a cinema I've been to and seen a movie at. And do you live near the Pink Palace? Are you near the Pink Palace? We lost the
Yeah,
signal.
basically, sir, I will tell all my history where approximate. Basically, I am
All right, but
studying
anyway, that's
my.
all right. We're losing the signal there. Now that we've
Sir,
established the
can you hear
link,
me? Can you hear me?
we can.
Yeah.
What are you doing there? Tell me what you're doing there, and what do you need us to do for you?
Yeah, sir. Basically, I am working as a social media marketing manager in the APD Academy, where I arrange all the speakers, just like you, just like Bess, sir, the expert speakers for our panel discussion. Our event are just like a panel discussion, where we have moderator and four speakers, four expert speakers,
Yeah,
and
what
we
do you
will,
talk
yeah.
about? What do you talk about?
Yeah, sir, there are different topics. And there are four topics on which we can talk. First is of performance management. Second is project management. There are different topics, four topics. We will conduct on different Sundays in every month.
Yeah,
Yeah,
amazing.
till now we conducted 67 events till now from December 2023. It's
Yeah.
1.5
Chris,
years we are running this.
you want any questions you've got, Chris? You could probably jump in here. I'm trying to look for your website. I'm trying to find your thumbnail. I'm trying to understand what you do. I'm not exactly sure what you do yet. So let's have a bit of a chat about that. But what do you think, Chris? Any questions?
I've got a couple of decent ideas. I've got a general idea of the stuff he's looking for, but if he needs some moderators, I'll connect with you in Bez's room. I'll be in there tomorrow morning. and we'll figure out if there's if I can help you out or if I can introduce you to somebody I know who'd be great.
Yes, sir. Sir, if you want means detailed information, I can share the event page the means the company page with you, so that you can understand, and you can also see all the
Yeah,
all our
just
previous
shoot it
events
over to
on
my
that. Yeah, yeah.
just shoot it
So
over to
by
my
that you can
DMs.
understand.
Yeah, I think I really enjoyed Doctor. Can you say your name again for me? So I want to say it
No, sir,
correctly.
it's not, sir. It's not doctor. You can pronounce it Vaibhav Iyer, because doctor is my initial. I am from South India, Karnataka. There we use DR as a initial, because our names are very big, no? So they
Right.
will make it short.
Okay. So
That's why.
Dr. Vibe have some. Am I saying what's the
Vaibhav,
best way?
Vaibhav. You can call me Vaibhav. No need to add DR. It's okay, sir.
Okay.
You can call me
Vibe.
Vaibhav.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I just want to say it's been a pleasure working with you. You've been very
Mm.
gracious, very
Yes, sir.
patient, and even though there's a time difference, and
Mm.
sometimes you're
Yeah,
trying to
sir.
get a hold of
I
me.
basically, yeah, I saw the best sir's now the poster that he's hosting the event for International Women's Day. So
Yeah.
by seeing that, I just sent message to him that we are also want to
Hey,
our company APD.
we'll have this conversation in the morning, okay? We're trying to keep this a little bit centered on Keith's show. We're not trying to
No,
take it
no,
over,
no. Wait,
right?
wait, wait, Keith. Actually, when you dropped out, Chris, this is why he's coming in. So just yeah, let him
Oh,
go.
my apologies. My total
Yeah. No,
apologies
no,
on that.
because Keith. Yeah. Keith, I know you dropped out. You didn't, but no, Keith is welcoming this. So go ahead and finish what you were saying about the International Women's Day week.
Yeah, sir. Our companies also want to conduct this conference just like Best Sir is doing. So I just simply connected to Best Sir for asking that if he wants to do moderation in our event. Our event is also for 3 days, 6, 7, and 8 till the International Women's Day. So when I connected Besser told me that I have two more speakers with me and I am talking. So I told him simply, sir, please, if you are able to connect with them, please connect. So I will talk to them and ask them if they want to join.
Yeah, so the point is, I'm recommending you and Keith as moderators
Mm.
because he has moderation opportunities and he does a great job of making
Yeah, sir.
promoting you among their audience,
Mm.
and he does a
Also, sir, yeah.
go ahead. What
Sure.
were you gonna
And
say?
also I will consider the the three speakers whom we are talking with in our upcoming events as a speaker also, because they
Oh,
are very
okay.
big profile and they are also experts. So we need experts for the better audience and for the good audience feedback
There you go.
to
So
make our event popular. That's why.
yeah, and I will tell you, you guys are very
Mm.
prolific, and you guys do a good job of putting. Because a lot of people have connected with me afterwards. I got 20 people want to connect with me now. I got to go and accept their invite. So it's been great, and all the people you bring in, for the different speakers from around the world, they're wonderful. I've done 2 back-to-back weeks, so, maybe we can spread the love around with Keith and Chris and anybody else, maybe even Mike if he's open to it, but I know Chris and
Sir,
Keith
I want to clear one more thing, best sir, with them. Sir,
sure.
as of now, our company APD is not having any sponsor, so we are, sir, in a voluntary service as of now. If you are comfortable in the voluntary service, please, sir, let me know.
Sort of like what I'm doing, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So,
Or sir, for Women's Day, if you have any sponsor and you want to make registration like event, so we do also that kind of events. If you have any sponsor for the Women's Day event, we will do, no issues.
alrighty. Cool. I wanted to introduce you guys to him. I have and great guy, and there could be opportunities there that you guys may enjoy working together with. So yeah, however that may look like, I'll let Vavi have connect with you guys, and I think you guys get an idea of
Yeah. Kate sir, what do you think about this?
I have to review the materials and I'll take a look at it. Honestly, it's kind of tough for me to evaluate just over the
Yeah, sir.
air. I have to take a look at everything. I'm more of a visual person than an
Yeah, sir.
audio.
Chris, sir, shall I send you the LinkedIn connection request so that I will send all my company page to you? Then you will get all the detailed information about our company,
Yes, correct.
right?
That's like I was saying in the beginning. You could just send me a connection request and send me a DM, and then I'll have everything and I'll be able to look at it.
Yeah, yeah. After that, and Mike sir is also there. No, Mike sir is not speaking anything.
Mike's a very accomplished cybersecurity leader, executive. So you might
Yeah,
want
sir.
to talk to him too.
Yeah. Sorry, sir. One more thing. I want to ask that in March there is one extra Sunday is there on 30th March. So I want to ask Mark sir if it is possible on that day we will arrange the event on cyber security also. So Mike sir will moderate that. No issues.
I'm
If
I'm happy
sir is
to
available.
I'm happy to moderate or speak as a speaker.
Yeah, sir. If you have anyone of your colleagues who want to join us, you can also suggest their names also.
Yeah, I'm actually part of a CISO society. I'll reach out
Yeah,
to
sir.
see if I'm
Okay.
interested.
To Chris sir and you, I will send my connection request and all the company page. Please, sir, go through that and understand it better. If you have anything doubt and anything want to ask me, you can message me anytime. I am available on the LinkedIn.
Awesome.
And also rest thing you can ask best sir also, he will also explain you because he moderated in our previous two events and I
Yeah.
enjoyed his moderation. I am
I,
Yeah.
it's funny. I didn't even know you guys, and I just did it. I think Luz recommended, but
Yeah, Louis is also a good speaker.
yeah. So Keith,
Yeah.
what do you think? This random connection, but yet
Mm, mm.
you've been to his neck of the woods. It's
Yeah.
interesting, isn't it?
What I'm really fascinated by, and this is exactly why I love this show. I did a very very similar arrangement
Uh,
in Jamaica recently, and not so recently before COVID. What site do you use for the events? What site do you use? Let's have a chat about online events.
uh,
What site do you use?
He uses Restream, right? You guys use Restream? I think that's what it was, right?
SteamYard.
Oh, StreamYard. Yeah, they use for StreamYard.
StreamYard.
Yeah.
Okay, and where do you send it to?
Sir, there is a process. We will add all the speakers in our event group at one place, and then we send all the details. So it's better to give information
No, of course, but I'm asking this for
instead of individually. Sometimes, sir, some speakers are not comfortable to share their numbers, so we will consider them through LinkedIn. So
Oh,
if
that's all
if
right. Well,
you
we're connected on LinkedIn. You can tell me. So you're actually sending the file. You
Yeah,
use
as
Restream.
per, sir, if you are convenient, then you can share your WhatsApp number. I will add you to the
Vaibhav,
event group. Yeah, you can
because
trust me, no
you're a
issues.
little loud. It's hard to hear. Actually, you're so loud. Could you just quiet a little bit down with the voice?
Yeah. Okay, sir. Sorry.
Yeah. So what I'm asking is, what site do you use for the events? That's good. You use StreamYard. Where do you send the events from StreamYard? Where do you send it?
Yeah, it is on LinkedIn in our page itself. You can go to our page and see it. No issues, and you can listen also.
So you've got previous events there that we can look at.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't
If
think
you
I
I
want,
did the
if you
did
last
that,
want
Keith.
I did the
separately,
last two.
I don't think he's restreaming.
I did. No, he uses
Is he
StreamYard,
restreaming,
and
Bez?
they take it to link.
Yeah.
Huh?
To LinkedIn.
What?
He's streaming.
He
there
they
it is.
use.
To LinkedIn.
No, I'm not streaming anywhere.
I got it.
Uh,
I got a you did a people first performance management.
I did one this morning,
Yeah.
and then I did
Yeah,
one
yeah.
last week.
Yesterday event. Here in India, it's yesterday, and there it is in the morning.
I'll send this to Chris and Bez, and it is time to wrap this up. This is not necessarily related to.
Yeah, yeah,
It's a very good
yeah.
example of what is possible. What I might do is I might put you back to the audience there, and because you are
Yeah.
your signal, it's actually very interesting that we're having this discussion. Your signal is, and let me just pick up on what's happening here. I'm just going to put you back to the audience. This is a social audio sound check, and I'm pretty sure you would know, you would have sympathy for me here. That sound was awful. Tell me I'm wrong. It was loud. It was distorted. Chris, did you find that hard to hear as well?
I actually had to get up and back up across the room at certain points. It was so loud. It was really hard to hear. I couldn't really make out what he was saying. It felt like there was somebody screaming at me in my living room. And it wasn't his fault. He couldn't tell. It's just the importance of doing a social audio check. If you don't know how you sound when you come up on stage, you have no idea how you come across to the entire audience. So it's really hard for me to try and concentrate on what he's saying when it's actually hurting my ears.
Yeah, and I just, there's no judgment. I want to have this discussion for exactly what we've just said. We came across a really cool person on the other side of the world that called in, but his sound was so bad and so loud and so distorted that actually it was very unpleasant for us to hear. Now, he wouldn't know that because he's probably not wearing headphones and he probably has never had that feedback. Did you have that feedback yourself, Jabez? Did you find it loud and distorted, or are you sort of a bit impervious to that?
Well, I have a knob here. I can make my headphones softer or louder, so I have the flexibility to do that. So, that's not see that's part of not everybody does that. Like Keith, I would definitely say you're a sound snob. So you probably want to come in and have like a when you equalize people so they all sound about the same, right? And a lot of other people, they come in and they don't know, right? Because they've never done that before. And I've made that same mistake too. But for me, when all I did was I have a Go XLR, right? So I've got some extra equipment. So all I do is take my sound and make it less. And now I'm okay with it, right? Because I know he came in and he didn't have there's no sound check, right? And like Chris said, he wouldn't know unless you're doing a sound check. A lot of people come in and they don't do sound checks. And I've been guilty of that. And sometimes, and here's the thing, you guys have to realize that sometimes when in different parts of the country, even Keith's experiences is sometimes the internet isn't so great. So you sound like you're in a you're in a in the matrix. Oh man. So anyways, but yeah, anyways.
No harm done. I mean,
It's getting late
no
over
harm
here,
done.
man.
I think
So,
it's actually very cool that we did that,
mhm.
because we then got a chance for the audience to hear what it sounds like to call in on your phone. To me, it was intolerable. Like, it was really, really distorted, really unpleasant. And the Chris felt the same. But most people probably can't tell or don't care. And I get that, so I'm trying to play a middle ground. But you are right. We've been going for 3.5 hours. We've covered so much ground. I just want to wrap up now and give you a bit of an understanding. We have been doing the social audio sound check. We have actually 3 shows a week now, so please come to Where is Keith Today? I'll just put my captions on. Where is Keith Today? I don't apologize for being a sound snob. That is who I am. That is what my show's about. I don't apologize for that, but it is unfortunate. So we've had the sound check today. We are indeed on Discord if you'd like to join there, and that's pretty cool. If you do have any questions, you can always ask them in the chat on LinkedIn and on the other sites that come in. As you know, I do have a Buy Me a Coffee page, which is a way that I fund the show. That's pretty cool. We're actually got a big show tomorrow. It's going to be featuring Restream. It's Restream for beginners. It's a very good show. I've tried both. I know both. I prefer Restream now, but StreamYard is also very good. We're going to talk about the basic Restream plans and how they differ. And that's pretty cool. I've talked a lot about the tech that we've been using, and we've covered a lot of ground there. I'm just going to wrap it up now with maybe a little bit of music that will send us out in a very professional way. And what I'll do is I'll do a little bit of a decoder on the slides that we've used. Please join me on the site. We didn't get a chance to talk about Luma, but I will talk about that tomorrow. I'm just going to go and get a bit of lunch, and we've had such a great time. I'm just going to play a little bit of music and work you through the slides as we're fading out. I'll see you later.
All right, later.
You've been listening to Buy Me a Coffee Monday with Keith Keller in Melbourne, Australia.